You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end.
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're a man of saving good. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
Alright, I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go. You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eco team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and it's been a little while, but we missed you guys. It is official. We are on Season 2 for the MLSA. That's right, it is Week 1, Day 1. And to start the day out, we are running King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And to start off today's matches, we have Dark Immortals kind of claiming their seat up against a new team in the MLSA, Blitz Dome, spearheaded by Blitz himself, a former member of my team that, only the squad when I used to run professionally with them. He did place top 32 in North America, so I'm super excited to see him step into the coaching route. I can't wait to see how his team performs against one of the more seasoned teams in the MLSA, at least I would say one of the more active teams in the MLSA, Dark Immortals. Joined beside me, I have the amazing on-point analyst, Eunice, in the building, and I will be doing the play-by-play. How you doing, Eunice?
I'm all right. And yourself?
Well, I'm doing great, but I think these teams are doing better as they are currently drafting it out and trying to get a game plan for King of the Hill. Hopefully, I don't know. I want to see what Blitzdome pulls out. Like I said, when we see new teams, you never know what to expect. But we've kind of seen Dark Immortals time and time again, kind of being one of the teams that have a little bit of a harder time, but sometimes comes online and surprises you. So hopefully today will be full of surprises from both sides of the Land of the Dawn.
Absolutely. Now let's go ahead and start talking about this draft. Now I do see a Glue, Interfermus, and Lily. Now these three heroes have been very abused lately in the NA meta right now. So definitely exciting to see Glue being stepped into the Land of the Dawn. And speaking of stepped in, I do see a 1-1 drafted in with Lunox and Lapu. I haven't really seen 1-1 being drafted lately. 1-1's been pretty nerfed, not too much of a prio marksman right now, but we all know that the 1-1 does punish those marksmen and those fighters when it comes to that late game. But these bans look pretty normal. It's pretty much the same that I see in all NA servers currently so far. But speaking of being drafted, I do see a little dinosaur getting drafted into the Land of the Dawn. Oh, but I guess that is a change of heart. I do see a Grok getting slotted in. I do am curious though as what they're gonna respond to that Grok. They do have heavy fronts. Blitz's team does have heavy fronts, so I'm just gonna have to see how they work with this and how they're gonna work around this. But Wheezy, what do you think?
Looking at the draft so far, I gotta say, the Grok is a solid pick. I think it's a good, especially up against that Lolita, because at first it was looking a little shaky, right? You have the 1-1, but you also have, you're going into a Fermis and a Glue and a Lolita, which is gonna kind of eat up a lot of that crossbow of tank damage. But when you slot in the Grok, you can kind of give Lolita a little bit of a harder time. I like Grok personally more as a flex pick a little earlier in the draft, but they have some strong pick so far. Jonah Cutie picking up that Lapu Lapu, one of the strongest XP laners to get the job done. You do have Blitz on the Grok, one of the most common tanks inside of this current meta. And stacked up against it for the side of Dark Immortals, we need to see something that can kind of burst them down for the early game. And it looks like they're putting all their eggs inside of the basket for this Hayabusa. But when this game creeps into the late, you may see Sorry God Bless kind of pave the way for that late game finish. But the question is, will they allow it? Like you stated, that 1-1 over there in the hands of A1C Storm. If you get that crossbow of Tang nice and early, especially stacked up with that Inspire, it's very hard to deal with that aggression. But sometimes that aggression can be costly. So I want to see the micro, I want to see the macro of the side of Blitz Dome. This is the first time that they have competed in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy.
Absolutely. Now, in response to that, though, I do see a Haya getting drafted into a Karina. Now, Haya's been pretty meta assassin lately in the Land of Dawn in an A, so that Haya is a good response, in my opinion, to that 1-1. But in response to Haya, I do see a Karina being drafted in. So Karina has been used as a tank Karina, so definitely we'll have to see how they do play this out, because they do have, like you said, that response with the side laners. They do have that Glue, but they do also have that Grok and that Lapu to actually deny all those team fights that Glue can possibly do. But I do see, though, they picked up the glue and the Faramis. Mind you, one of glue's big counters is that Faramis, and second skill that the split into that is going to actually ruin glue and pretty much demolish him with one skill. So definitely gonna have to see this. But before things get too hectic, let's talk about lanes though. I see Bruno landing in with a 1-1. Is that a killing spree on Bruno? Yes, it is. It is a killing spree on Bruno with a weakness. No, that's a weapon mastery on 1-1. So a little bit more upper damage on both marksmen, but we're gonna have to see who outpokes who. I do know that both marksmen do have range, but in the mid lane, looks like everything's going fine. Looks like lanes are being a little delayed by that grok, but we're gonna definitely have to see how this plays out. Fast clearing is good, and for that lockdown, that glue, actually really curious to see who wins that lane, because glue is just up there. Speaking of abusing lanes, Wheezy.
You do see Jay already applying that pressure, and this is one of the things why you see glue not allowed to walk very often, and I'm wondering if the side of Blitzstones has a plan for that. But speaking of plans, you are seeing Blitz try and wind up L2K, take some serious damage. Soy gonna pick up that kill. That is the jungler down for the side of Blitzdome for the first blood, and now to answer back, getting a second kill into the hands of Hayabusa, and that is 2 members already taken down for Blitzdome and an early advantage for Dark Immortals.
Absolutely, but let's not get too far ahead in the game though. We do see Glue really abusing that lot boot. I believe that Glue might be able to pick up, but respectfully did back off. But neutral turtle objective might be easily taken now by the side of Dark Immortals.
Speaking of Dark Immortals, you do see a little bit of ping pong over there on to Jonah Cutie, and down he goes, but a direct response from Blitz is going to take down Rock Bomba, but not really sure if that was the right answer. Kind of taking the kill away from L2K, which is going to limit your jungle's farm. You want to make sure you're giving the jungler these kills, especially as the roam. Like you said, neutral objective spawning in about 10 seconds. And right now, Hayabusa already with 1 kill on the board with a slight advantage, and also level 4. So you have to be careful on these engagements. As you know, both teams are prepping for level 4. There we go. Quad Shadow going in. Hayabusa trying to do some damage onto L2K. They do see Shadow Stampede pulling back Blitz, and now running back to the turret. Very low in HP. Karina deciding to retreat and go for the farms. Not going to be able to take this turtle, but wait a minute. Jonah Cutie trying to give some vision. Might not be the right answer, though, with Jay's pressure over there on the slam from Glue. Too much to walk into, and this is going to be the first turtle of the day into the hands of Dark Immortals for iPost Hayabusa.
Absolutely. But with that being said, though, there is still direct responses coming from Don. I do see that 1-1 actually having a little bit of advantage over that Bruno, and being able to have that gold lead and being able to stabilize your own lane is actually giving your team a better chance to be able to gank without losing their marksman. But speaking of marksman, Weezy.
Speaking of marksman, speaking of gank, the gank of the century, you do see the wild charge over there into the Guardian's barrier. Numenon Blast connecting for the triple set. Double kill for the Lolita. Rock Bomb getting a kill on to Karina. And you see Bruno taking out the Lunox. Man, oh man, only 1 member alive for the side of Blitzdome. Now 7-1, and the snowball starting to pile up in the hands of Dark Immortals.
That was a beautiful set and response by the side of Dark Immortals. That triple set coming in from the Lolita, being able to really utilize her skill to be able to exactly proc where she wants to ult. A very good set and response. But now, before we get things too heavy into the game, let's talk about these items. I do see that Bruno did pick up that Windtalker to be able to clear a little bit early, but speaking of clearing, I do see a response coming in actually from Dark Immortals, being able to close out that 1-1. And speaking of 1-1,
you do see kills just stacking up now. 10-1, which was once 7-1, continuing to climb as you see another one possibly on the way. L2K taking some serious damage. The Quad Shadow unable to hit the mark, though. Jonah Cutie picking up a kill for the side of Blitzdome. It's going to go ahead and take out Faramis. Down goes Rock Bomba, but man, they're taking some serious hits right now, and they need to get a game plan and shift their focus more toward being defensive, as they cannot take these engagements anymore. They're too far down in gold in the early phase, already down by 4,000.
Yeah, so one issue that I'm seeing right now, though, is that 1-1 just lost her first turret. Mind you, this is the first turret down in under 5 minutes. That already puts a huge disadvantage on the side of Blitz. But we're going to have to see if they do fight for that neutral objective turtle, but I think not. That Karina is just going to continuously farm. But in response to that, I do hope they do push that top lane. Bruno is down here helping the team, being able to grab that turtle. But I do see a possible lane switch, coming in from the side of Blitz. and Dark Immortals. So a good response and good read coming in from Dark Immortals to be able to try and defend that turret with a full gold plate shield up, Wheezy.
Yeah, and I'm kind of scratching my head right there, as there was no pressure for that lane, and you had 4 members of Blitz Dome up there, and they decided not to try and capitalize on it. Instead, they went for the gold creep and some of the farm in the jungle, and I'm not really sure that was the wisest decision, but time will tell. 5 minutes in, 10-2. Dark Immortals with a great start so far.
But we do also need to remember that they might not be seeking that turret on purpose, because like you said earlier, they are down in gold. They can't really prioritize these team fights. They do need to be really careful and picky with their objectives. So even if they were to clash that up there, I really think they wouldn't even be able to secure that turret, but they could have at least pulled up some objectives. Speaking of objectives, Weezy.
You see Newman on blast going down, killing spree activated by Hayabusa, taking out Grok, and now the split's gonna go and find the mark on a Jonah Cutie, and Soy, the Lolita, picking up another kill, just on fire with the hammer right now. And this is the tier 1 turret for the mid lane, going to Dark Immortals with no contest, just having an easy game, turning Blitz Dome more into the reactive side. You do see the quad shadow going in, do some chip damage to A1C Storm on at this 1-1, while in the meantime on the bottom side you see, sorry God bless, possibly Wolf Ronaldo on the way with these soccer balls, just clearing up these turrets with no problem.
No reaction, no punish to that marksman. But speaking about punish,
you do see crossbow tank activated by A1C Storm, pulled by the Shadow Stampede of Rock Bomba, hit by Soy with the stun, able to get out though, and down goes Soy. You do see Hayabusa able to find the mark though, takes down the 1-1, a double kill into the hands of LTK, getting a kill on to Rock Bomb, but that is a 1-for-2 trade, leaning toward Blitz. Don't fight out over though. You do see Bravest Fighter and the Raging Slash activated by Jonah Cutie with a flicker, not able to hit the mark onto Ipos. He is able to escape with 1 HP, but slam by Jay, rushing in. Karina with the Shadow Assault's gonna go ahead and try and get a kill. Maybe too over aggressive though. Hit with the flaming soccer ball. Did you see that damage? Then that is a 1-for-1 trade. Rock Bomb taking out LTK, but LTK able to take out the Bruno, but Jay's not done. While charged by Blitz is a means of escape with the Brilliance activated by Moon Pie, pulled back by the Shadow Stampede, and down he goes into the hands of Faramis, and man, they are dropping like flies. 15-5, Dark Immortals paving the way, but we are starting to see some of these kills translate onto the side of Blitz Dome.
Absolutely. Now, with that being said, the scaling is starting to happen on the side of Blitz. It is a very, very delayed scale, but there is still a chance that Wama can respond to that. And speaking of respond, that Wama did pick up the DHS Demon Hunter Sword around that Corrosion Sight, but Bruno is out farmed. He is up there with that gold, 6k gold lead on that marksman, highest gold so far compared to that 1-1. I mean, he already had almost built in his 3rd item. Probably going in for that endless battle, but speaking of prioritizing, Weezy.
You see the Guardian's Barrier, the heavy presence from Dark Immortals on the red buff for the side of Blitz Dome. They are going to contest it, forcing Blitz and A1C Storm on the back end, and this will be the buff into their hands with no contest again. And this is what you see when the snowball starts to form. You have to play safe, as you don't want it to continue to grow, and a wise decision from Blitz and A1C to pull off of that trade, as they would not have won that clash, especially they were outnumbered and out-farmed, and right now they just need to play safe. Wait for the side of Dark Immortals to make a mistake. You cannot continuously take these engagements right now, as the gold lead will continue to climb for the side of Dark Immortals if you do.
Absolutely. Now, neutral objective is about to come up in a very few short seconds. But speaking of short seconds,
Newman on blast with a flicker into the turret. Ipos able to get a kill onto L2K. A jungler taking out a jungler. You do see the turret on the top side, tier 2, falling as well in the process. And these objectives are steady going into the hands of Dark Immortals, and they're not having any issue taking them. And right now, not really looking too good for Blitz Dome. And the question is, can they hold out? Can they wait to the late game and get this one on the farm she needs? Get the Lunox, the item she needs to start doing some serious damage. Because if not, I don't know, Eunice, we might be seeing an early win for the side of Dark Immortals.
we might, but speaking of those items and being able to scale, I'm really not liking the side of Blitz now. Not for the team fights here though, but that 1-1, the response to the 1-1 was the Faramis and the Lolita. The Lolita can very much block 1-1 ult as long as she's standing in front of that. She's able to do. But speaking of able to do that, Wheezy.
Newman on blast, almost getting 4-man set. Immobilized Blitz hit with the Shadow Stampede of Rock Bomba and taking him down. Bravest Fighter activated, gonna do the rating slash over there on Jonah Cutie, hit with the split split. Jay able to hit the mark. Sorry, God bless, able to finish him, taking down Lapu Lapu. 2 members off of the board for Blitz Dome. You see the heavy presence. Wolf Ronaldo with the flaming soccer ball is going to go ahead and do some chip damage to the inhibitor for the mid lane, but Lord is available, and they don't have any issue taking it. And another objective to the side of Dark Immortals. This is not what you want to contest for Blitz Dome. You have to play safe when you are on the back end. You need to be careful, as any mistake can cost them the game right now, as they are down by about 13 kills and also down on the board by 10,000 gold.
Absolutely. Now, with that 10,000 gold being down, though, it's going to put Blitz at a very huge disadvantage. They just gotta see if Dark Immortals is gonna make a mistake to be able to defend those lanes and to be able to push up and maybe possibly even get some type of farm out of this mistake that Dark Immortals could possibly make. But Dark Immortals is being patient here with the side of Blitz Dome, waiting for that Lord to be able to stomp down mid lane and possibly trigger the passive that comes in from the inhibitor turret. So we're going to have to see what Blitz Dome has in stock for them. But speaking of having stock for them, I do see that Ferrum has been kind of being pushy, kind of putting a little bit of pressure for the side of Blitz. Maybe a little bit of pressure might be able to get some momentum going for Dark Immortals, but Blitz, will they be able to respond with that? We'll see, Weezy.
You do see the wall, the Guardian's barrier over by Blitz, a smart move. The wild charge a little too early, premature, and that will be utility off of the board for the roam on Blitz Dome. But look at the teams engaging. Lord now crashing in. Newman on blast, winding up, able to get a triple set, but all members are in the base. Will they be able to escape? Some serious damage going in. Bravest fighter from the Lapu Lapu. Crossbow Tang being activated into the co-altar of Fairness, but Lord crashing into the Nexus, quickly bursted down by Blitz Dome, and they are not finished. They are going to try and capitalize and possibly pick up some kills on the board. Can they turn the tide around? Jonah Cutie getting the kill on his Soy. That is the roam for the side of Dark Immortals off the board, but Rock Bomba, you see Sorry God Bless, and Jay still maintaining that pressure, not wavering from this fight. And now LTK gonna try and rush in. Blitz for the zonage, using the Guardian's barrier as well. Bravest Fighter activated with the Raging Slash on Jonah Cutie. LTK taking some serious damage. Jonah Cutie getting a kill onto Rock Bomba. You do see Winter Nature bot by Wan. Grok taken down by the glue on the split. And man, 2 members off the board right now for the side of Blitz Dome. LTK finding the jungler, though, is gonna get 1 kill for Dark Immortals, taking out their jungler, but they have lost all inhibitors, and now their backs are against the wall, and they have nothing to defend them but a hope and a dream. And the question is, can they prevail? Can they hold off and turn this tide around and possibly get an epic comeback? Or are you going to see the side of Dark Immortals already with the excellent gameplay, the excellent macro micro, be able to close this out?
Absolutely. But with that being said, Dark Immortals did respond to that and actually did back off to be patient and be able to see if they can just get a pick off to see if they can finish off this game. And speaking of gold, it is already being snowballed, unfortunately, for the side of Dark Immortals. They do have that gold lead. They do have that marksman pretty fed with 10k gold ahead out of everybody else. So it might be a little bit of a struggle now for Blitz. They can't really farm anything right now. They're taking everything that is in their jungle. And that 1-1 was sitting in a bush, but looks like she does have to go back to respond to Dark Immortals being able to push up these turrets, being to push up these lanes, and being able to respond to whatever Blitz is doing. They do notice that 1-1's back, but there is a neutral objective lord coming up. Probably will be in the hands of Dark Immortals if they do end up backing up and trying to push. Now, this is the only chance for Blitz to actually reset their lanes as much as they can before they do end up stealing that Lord. So I do wonder what Blitz is trying to do. They do really have their backs turned up against the wall. They can't really do much right now. Utilities are all there, though. They do have the skill sets all in the hands of Blitz, but in response, Dark Immortals is the same. So we might just have to wait for something, a miracle to happen for the side of Blitz.
And definitely needing a miracle indeed. You do see the a little bit of items being picked up on the side of Blitz Dome, still trying to go for their full build. But right now, Dark Immortals having no problems. Going to go ahead and try and close this out. The question is, can they do it? Lanes have been synced. You do have Lord pushing in into the Nexus. And now, here we go. The 5v5 engagement. Jonah Cutie rushing in with the Bravest Fighter. Raging Slash. Co-altar activated prematurely for some additional HP. Rock Bomb getting a kill. But down goes the Nexus with Lord bursting it down. And ladies and gentlemen, Dark Immortals has taken the game. And they are officially the kings of the hill.
Congratulations to the start of Dark Immortals. Now, before we get to the stats here, let's take a look at these items and what has been built. I do see that the Bruno is just there was no response for the Bruno being able to freely push all these turrets, but also being ahead of that goal, being able to lane very well against that 1-1, just put the side of Blitz at a huge disadvantage. No response to all of these turrets being pressured and being pushed up. But I do see a lot of assists coming in from the Faramis, being able to micro and macro with their entire team during all the team fights. And if we take a look at the data here in just a second, we should be able to see a lot of turret pushing coming in from that Bruno and that Haya, absolutely. So that 62% coming in from that Bruno, being able to push top lane and bot lane and that mid lane as soon as they swap. So unfortunately, no response for that Bruno being able to pressure all those turrets and being able to push up, but good job, guys. Congratulations to the side of Dark Immortals. You are officially the king of the hill for now. We're gonna have to see how many more matches you go, but let's see. Do you think they can make it all the way up to the end of today, Wheezy?
Ooh, that is definitely something hard to do, and only one team was really able to prevail that far, and that was Ackerman with 7 wins in a row. Nefarious was the one that took the second place with 4 wins in a row, so I don't know. Maybe history in the making. Good game, Blitz Dome. Appreciate you guys competing. Hopefully I can see you guys more often to be able to grow in the MLSA, as that is our whole focus, is for these teams to progress and learn from these scrims and get ready for future leagues upcoming. So definitely was an intense match. Dark Immortals, they were a little shaky when they first stopped into the MLSA, but now, man, looking at them, you wouldn't even recognize the team. Definitely GG's indeed. But like we said, they are the kings of the hill currently, and that doesn't mean they're going to be able to hold on to that crown if they do not continue fighting. And there's a team already ready to take them down. That's right. We have the team from the Wild Wild West, the team that came out of nowhere just knocking teams out that were vets in the MLSA. We have D-Gods, formerly known as Demigods, ready to go up against them. So don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, get some drinks, and we'll be right back with you guys for Game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give, cause this is just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these pictures for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop, won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be as strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight, we gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eco team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my vision. country. And something that's gotta give, cause this shit just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these future superstars, promise y'all be what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road to cut the start on my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the land of the dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and today is the day. We are on Season 2, officially opening. I know it's been a little minute, and we missed you guys, but like we said, Season 2, Week 1, Day 1, and already done with Match 1 as we've seen Dark Immortals take the swift victory over the brand new team, Blitz Dome. But nonetheless, definitely an impressive game, and I can't wait to see both teams compete going forward. But for King of the Hill, there can only be one champion, and that is currently going to be Dark Immortals holding on to that crown. And now they're going up against the team from the Wild Wild West. That's right, the team that everybody has feared since they joined the MLSA, as they've been a wildcard team knocking out the veteran teams. But before we jump into that, let's jump into the rules of today. This is King of the Hill. Rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And right now, like we said, D-Gods going up against the current Kings of the Hills, Dark Immortals, and both teams already in the draft trying to formulate a strategy to take this game. But joined beside me, I have the on-point analyst, El Manny, in the building to kind of co-assist me with my play-by-play. How are you doing, El Manny?
What's up, Papa Up? And it's your boy, El Manny, coming in with the best vibes. Here, finally at last, Season 2 is here, Weezy. I can't wait to see this match. That last match with Immortals was exciting. Now I know D-Gods is coming in. They're going to be a great challenge, as I heard, to Immortals, so I can't wait to see. Speaking of what we can't wait to see, we can look at these bands. I love the fact that you already see Glue and Carry band, the Diggy band. They wanted to get the sets out of the way for Atlas. The true damage out of the way. Glue is annoying for XP. On the side,
Man, you still in the building? Maybe a little bit of a disconnect, but the show still continues. As we were talking about the draft so far, D-Gods versus Dark Immortals. Interesting fact that was just brought to my attention is D-Gods' current marksman was a former marksman for Dark Immortals. So to see him go up against his team is definitely going to be interesting indeed. But the draft is on the way, and you are seeing some big picks already slotted. Bombshell taking up that Fredrin, one of the best junglers to get the job done, has a little bit of everything at his disposal: mobility, sustainability, and also CC. You are seeing Lapu Lapu, one of the best XP lanes, to go up against them, and he will be fighting against possibly a Grok or a Kaj. I'm not sure which way this will go yet, as they are both flex picks. but definitely knowing it's going to be one of those two. Now, looking at Rock Bomba, picking up this Faramis, he did a really good job in Game 1 against Blitz Dome, keeping his team alive and getting the job done with the Cult Altar when it mattered. Now you are seeing Soy, who was once the Godly Lolita, now picking up that Atlas, and definitely going to have some good placement with these Fatal Links, as he is going up against a lot of mobility already, and a little bit of disruption with that energy disruption that Bombshell has on the Fredrin. And then not to mention that Lilia with the black shoes may be able to escape as well, but only one Purify for the Claude. And now, speaking of Claude, going up in the gold lane, the late game marksman, the Menace with the Blazing Duet is going to stack up against Centrility with this Bruno. We've seen how godly Wolf Ronaldo was in Game 1, and the question is, can he do it again? Back-to-back champion. Can he hold on to the crown that they have paved the way for in Game 1, or will they falter, and will we see the side of D-Gods, a team known to kind of take teams out of their reign and snatch their crowns, prevail? So it's going to be an interesting game indeed, and looks like we are waiting for the last pick to be slotted to finalize this draft.
No, so speaking of the draft, apparently I got microphone issues in the middle of my draft, but I wanted to say out loud here that Fredrin and Conjuring Grok, now those are 3 huge picks right there. Now, if they could capitalize and focus on getting that CC out and hyper carrying their Claude, they won't have to worry about Martis and Martis, Leomord, and Atlas. Now that is a stacked team. I might change my opinion here. Both teams are looking really good on their draft. Personally, like we just talked about before, Immortals and D-Gods know each other head to head, so I can't wait to see how these clashes start, who's going to be ahead, how they're going to handle their rotations. And so this is going to be a real fight, Weezy. What do you think? Who do you think won this draft?
Now, this is definitely a good draft indeed, but when they slotted in that Martis, I've got to give it to the side of Dark Immortals again. Just having that Martis, he's one of those heroes who can kind of solo a full team and get the job done nice and early with the neutral objectives, only needing the Mortal Coils and the Decimation to get the job done at level 4, and this might be the story of what we see today. So looking at the side of D-Gods, they do have some stuff to work in their favor. They do got Bombshell on the Fredrin, another good jungler who can kind of disrupt Martis possibly, but you have to be careful. You cannot be over-aggressive, as that is exactly what the side of Dark Immortals wants. That's what Jay is going to be looking for to get some early pickoffs. And if he can get these early pickoffs, it'll be a nice phase for the side of Dark Immortals in the early game.
Now, exactly like you were saying, the picks are huge. When it comes to games like these, when teams know each other's strategies neck and neck, picks are huge in the early game, especially since D-Gods needs a little bit to get to that mid and late game, so they need to be careful off these picks. Speaking of these picks, there seems to be an altercation there at Letho.
Yeah, you do see both teams possibly clashing it out, kind of going over this Lethal Wanderer. Question is who will get it. Mortal Coil is activated by the Martis already. It looks like Lethal does go into the hands of Jay. Bombshell with some serious damage can go ahead and push out. And you just have to be careful on these engagements, as you do not want Dark Immortals to kind of snowball off of Jay. And I think if Bombshell kind of find a way around it and be able to get these objectives and possibly get some pickoffs, that may be the key. But Soy is the big question, right? He has this Atlas. We've seen how well his Numenon Blast was for the Lolita, so placement is not an issue, but he is definitely going to be an issue for the side of D-Gods if they allow him to get these Fatal Links. But wait a minute, you do see Lilia going in, already doing some chip damage on his Soy, forcing him to recall with the power of Gloom over in the top side, though you are looking at Surrender versus Sorry God Bless. Possible gank on the way. You have 3 members versus 2. A little bit of an outnumber. D-God's favor right now, and it looks like they are going to go for this Crab. Now, if anybody asks, for some reason, every time a player picks Atlas and he uses his mobility skill, the camera likes to focus on him. I don't know why. It's a bug in MLBB, so bear with us, but that's just the way it is. So there we go again over there with the Atlas. Wants to get a lot of that FaceTime for everybody to see. But speaking of FaceTime, Jay, wasting no time at all, is going to go ahead and start pulling the aggro for this turtle.
Now, so as they're gunning aggro for the turtle, we got to keep in mind that it's still on the 2-minute mark. First turtle, items aren't there yet. Atlas going for the pick pre-4. Now, can they win this engagement at 4? Mars secured the turtle for the side of Dark Immortals right here, and they secured the first blood. Atlas going with the ult, and Jay coming in for the cleanup. Sheesh, Dark Immortals taking that clash home with that altercation there, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely taking that clash home. And this is what we kind of said, right? The early game is the problem. You have the March of the Mortal Coils, and you got to pay attention to Soy. He waited to get level 4 before engaging, and this is what a lot of Atlas players have a problem with, is being impatient and going for these neutral objectives with no set potential. But that wasn't what we seen today. We seen Soy wait for the level 4, get a triple Fatal Links, Marta stack up the Mortal Coils and the Decimation, and that gave Jay 3 kills, and now they're online for the early game, and you have to look at D-Gods needing to find a response to not allow the snowball to start formulating.
I want to say that was very clutch by Soy with his patience right there. Knew exactly where his level gap was, knew exactly when to make a set. Dark Immortals coming in here with the best sync and the rotations, trying to make sure that their gold lane's ahead. Speaking of getting ahead,
You see Blazing Duet, but a little too over-aggressive. Soy's going to pick up that kill. That is the tank for the side of Dark Immortals, increasing the kill lead now 4-0. Not the member you want down on your team, as you want your gold to scale through time. You're already seeing Wolf Ronaldo get online, bursting down the tier 1 tower for the gold lane.
Now, as we noticed that, they just took down the gold lane, giving themselves a 4K lead. And if we look in these items, Bruno already ahead. Main map, we got Windtalker, and then he's building into Demon Slayer, I believe, or Endless Battle. But at the end of the case, we got the item lead, and if they continue this, they're gonna D-God's looking very, very harshly. But again, as we talked about, they need to wait for the mid game, not get caught by these picks. Avoid Soy's patient sets, because they already fell in for that one team fight, so they should definitely adjust to that.
Yeah, definitely needing to adjust. And the question right now is, how are they going to get their marksman online? He already lost one turret, but speaking of losses, you do see an engagement in the mid-river. Bravest Fighter with a knock-up. That's the Divine Judgment pulling in Soy, and that is going to be Fredrin picking up that kill. Down goes Atlas. Praiser's Wrath. Magnus getting a kill on to Jay. You do see the Co-Alter activated, but Blazing Duet as a response going to go ahead and do some AoE damage, and then the Mirror Image effect to get out. Sorry, God bless. Wolf Ronaldo getting a kill on to Kaja. Not done, though. He's going to get a double kill. Dashing into the turret, taking out Sorry, God bless. Down goes Fredrin. Rock Bomb getting a kill on to Claude as well, and wow. Sorry, God bless, didn't even fall in that engagement. They were able to live through that, and now 7-2, just taking everything they want right now, having all the answers to the test, and we need to see D-Gods play a little safer and engage a little bit better for these clashes.
Oh my gosh, that last engagement was like God bless, and Bamba got me jaw-dropping. Bamba perfectly taking that turret aggro for God bless, and he was making sure that his balls were on point, catching them and making sure that his basic attack was empowered based on his passives. The micros we're seeing here, absolutely insane. They know each other in and out and what they need to do.
Speaking of what to do, you do see on the bottom side, Claude switching lanes now. He did lose his turret. Now going to go to the bottom side to have a little bit of insurance and not being picked off. But is that the right answers? You're already seeing Centrility giving him some trouble. Gecko over there with the Grok, giving some vision, but Soy giving vision as well. Now both of them gonna meet over there by these minions. Just a little bit of an awkward engagement, but over in the mid lane, Magnus taking some serious damage. You do see Guardian's Barrier activated, but they are still able to pull these minions and proxy that lane, and this will be another turret down into the hands of Dark Immortals, and not a really good early start for D-Gods.
Now, as I noticed here, the Dark Immortals, immediately after securing that gold tower, they were shifting their focus on XP, switch lanes, keep funneling that marksman, and we keep seeing these aggressive engagements right into their jungle. And God bless is able to get secure with all the peel that the rest of his team is providing.
Yeah, you do see that Grok falling with that wild charge, pulled back by the Shadow Stampede and the Ring of Order to close it out. But Co-Alter has a direct response with the Fatal Link onto Bombshell, and they are going to try and get a kill. Jay with the Decimation takes him down. Fredrin is off of the board for the side of D-Gods. That is their jungler, but fight not over. Mortal Coil is activated on the Human Bird. He is going to rush and try and get another kill, but a little too aggressive, and down he goes into the turret, and that will be the kill picked up by Human Bird. What's the word on this Kaja? Literally a human bird indeed, but speaking of responses, Blazing Duet to clear the minions, and that was Surrender able to pull that off with that Claude, and that's one of the amazing things that he can do. When things are not in your favor, you do have the mobility on that marksman, and you do have that AoE ultimate, the Blazing Duet, to be able to clear these minions, and that is definitely a smart decision indeed. But speaking of smart decisions, already on the objective, you are seeing the side of Dark Immortals proxy the minions to allow them to take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. Heavy Clash going in. You do see a possible kill on the way as Gecko taking some serious damage, and down goes the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. Fatal Links picking up some grass and not able to hit the mark. It's going to go ahead and go back out of this engagement, and that is a huge utility wasted. And now they are wasting no time. Still going to go in for these neutral objectives, knowing that they don't have their roam set. Not even worried about it because they know they have the advantage. But speaking of advantage, you do see Lapu forced to use the Bravest Fighter with the Raging Slash to clear that minion. Almost a good pickoff for Human Bird to take that tier 1 turret for the top side. Is right now, DGod's having a very hard time taking any objectives.
Exactly, and as we looked right there, even though Soy missed his ult whiff, they weren't worried. The Immortals wasn't worried. They had the Faramis ult just in case, and that's another huge utility that they can utilize. So DGod's knowing that, didn't even bother, gave the turtle, and they're trying to focus on clearing waves, getting the gold lead difference back on a minuscule level. But Dark Immortals constantly pushing the pressure, invading the jungle, providing vision. If we're looking at the items, Bruno still ahead. Lapu as well, catching up behind him on gold lead. DGods is struggling. They need to start funneling gold, try to avoid these team fights. They're getting massacred by these picks. Try to whiff out the Faramis and Atlas ult. But as we look here, Bruno is scaling extremely hard. They need to pick out that marksman so they can get their damage output in this next team fight less.
You do see both teams kind of doing a little bit of a dance. You see DGods trying to hold on to the little bit of real estate they have with these tier 2 turrets. But the side of Dark Immortals just keeping that pressure in their jungle is slowly trying to inch their way into that Nexus. But a lot of utility used on the board. Magnus forced to use the Black Shoes. Rock Bomba doing some AoE damage over there on the Faramis. You do see Oracle picked up by Centrility to give him a little bit of sustainability on this Lapu. And right now, just having an easier time. Now I'm going to go ahead and contest the jungle, take the blue buff away, just not allowing anything to slide for the side of DGod. It's kind of starving them out, waiting for them to push and try and take some gold. And I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Definitely focusing on the mark. But again, Soy not focusing on the Fatal Links. Is going to pick grass again. But you do see a possible clash on the way. Rock Bomba getting a kill onto Magnus. Down goes the Mage. Kaji getting a kill onto Rock Bomba in response. Jay taking out Claude with the Decimation. And you see a mega kill activated by Bruno. Is going to go ahead and get a pick off as well. And man, oh man, these teams just clashing it out with 3 members off the board for 1. Definitely a trade in favor for Dark Immortals as they take the tier 2 tower for the mid lane. Not done though. Centrility with the Bravest Fighter, and also the Raging Slash gonna get a stun, a double stun on the Human Bird and Gecko, and that is gonna allow him to push off. But does he go back? This man does not care. He just wants to let him know, I am here to stay. I have the crown, and we plan to keep it.
Centrility just wants to fight, showing that they have no problems on getting more aggressive as DGods tries to push back and fight against their aggressiveness. Speaking of, as we see, Centrility getting picked by the Kaja. Claude going in with Blazing Duet, and Centrility still fighting like a madman out here 1v4 and still alive. Holy crap, finally gets put down. Jeez, I had to commentate on that because Centrility is out here being a monster, showing that Immortals is not here to play today and only win.
Yeah, definitely showing the power of that Spell Vamp and also that Oracle to give him some additional sustainability. Almost got full HP from slashing down those minions and almost got out of that fight. But speaking of fights, another is on the way as you are seeing Lord push down with minions synced in every single lane. A good push for Dark Immortals, but can they capitalize? You do see a possible Shadow Stampede on the Gecko and a response from DGods quickly bursting down this Lord before he can crash into that inhibitor turret for the mid lane. And now the question is, what do you do for Dark Immortals? Do you continue being aggressive? Do you kind of starve out DGods and wait for them to make a mistake with Soy? Possibly going in for another Fatal Links. He's missed 2, but 3rd time's the charm. Can he get a set? That's what we've all been kind of waiting on is these Fatal Links so far. But one thing it definitely has going for him is synergy with this team, as even with these missed ultimates, they still capitalize on these trades and these engagements. 6 to 12, 11 minutes in, hitting that 12-minute mark, slowly creeping into that mid to late game. And we need to see Claude get online. This is what Claude is known for, that late game menace. But right now with the not the best start in the beginning phase, he didn't have the best farm, which is going to delay the time it takes for him to get online. But there we go, Soy with the seal play, able to get a double set. Rock Bomba taking out Gecko with that set provided. Sorry, God bless, taking out Human Bird. That is a 2-for-none trade. And now Dark Immortals with a huge advantage, definitely going to try and claim some of these inhibitor turrets. You are seeing Bombshell, Magnus, and also Surrender trying to defend. And the question is, do they push in? Can they push in? Or do they just wait, split this lane, and go for this Lord? As the next Lord will be a Luminous Lord. Down goes the Magic Sentry. Give him some vision. Just trying to know where the side of Dark Immortals is at right now. Not really in an advantage to be able to push out. Just need to play safe and take the little bit of farm that Dark Immortals lets walk by.
And this is the dangerous part of the game. Right here, this is the mid-game that I keep talking about. This is exactly the point where D-Gods needs to take advantage of the fact that Dark Immortals keeps pushing these waves to sink them so that Claude can come back, get his farm, get online, just wait for that one team fight and that soy whiff. Now, if Dark Immortals wants to keep the advantage, they should stop trying to snowball and push the wave so D-Gods can't come back and keep their gold lead and go for more picks. Maybe get a soy pick out there and a flicker ult. Who knows? We're going to see the Fatal Links take a key play in this next team fight, however. I do want to point out, though, if we look at this gold lead, Lapu and Bruno absolutely destroying D-Guys in terms of gold. In fact, Centrility and God Bless may be the key components to the damage of their squad. Now, if we also take into effect that D-Guys is trying to push out the wave down as Dark Immortals secures Lord, they should still keep playing patient because Lord is going to come out, and if they die before Lord comes, it's a GG.
Yeah, definitely needing to be careful as Lot is leaning into the favor of Dark Immortals closing this out. It's not over yet, though. You do have that late game damage dealer. Maybe if you have some good defense, you can hold back the pressure that Dark Immortals is trying to apply to close this out. But not having the easiest time on this Claude so far. But he is slowly stacking up on these items. But wait a minute. Bombshell being overly aggressive is going to get a knock up on the Rock Bomba for some chip damage. But here we go. Lord finally done with the smoke break. Is going to go ahead and push in on the top side. Lanes have been synced. And right now, not a good look for D-Gods. Need to wait for this engagement. Do not get picked off before this Lord makes his way down to the base. Because if you do, that will be one more advantage that a Dark Immortals needs to kind of close this out. And here we go. Engagement on the way. Possible Shadow Stampede from Rock Bomba. But no. Jay able to find the inhibitor on the bottom side. Oh my goodness! That is what we have been waiting for! The double Fatal Links able to get a set. Jay capitalizing with the decimation. Mortal Coil is activated. Co-alter in response. You see the Ring of Order by the Kaja hit with the Flaming Soccer Ball and Wolf Ronaldo. They are going to try and close it out while Lord is making his way on the inhibitor. Rock Bomba taking out the Claude. Fighting out over, though, some serious low HP. Magnus taking out Rock Bomba. Human Bird taking out Centrility. Down goes Lapu. And you are seeing Lord crash into the Nexus, trying to close it out. Soy going in, trying to get a little bit of pill, trying to get a little bit of stun. Of course, use the immortality. Lord still chipping down on the Nexus, but not able to hit the mark. And you are seeing members drop left and right onto the board. But some good defense from D-Gods to hang in this game. But the question is, can they take another one as they are down to nothing but a hope and a dream in a Nexus? And the question is, can they hold off the side of Dark Immortals from another push?
Now, as we see that Fatal Links completely lagged my screen, so I barely was able to catch the fight. But I do want to mention there, shout out to God Bless, flickering out, making sure he's trying to get his soccer balls in there to end the game. He couldn't do it, but well done on D-Gods' part for defending there. We saw that destructive Fatal Links get their team, but they were able to come back, hold the base, and now this is where we see, again, we're approaching the late game. Can they come back from this 10k gold deficit, get their Claude online? The picks from the Bird have been on point, so we just need to see the Fredrin times to come in and get on that Bruno. The Bruno is the key. If once that Bruno's out, you won't have to worry. Now, as we mentioned this, Dark Immortals pushing together, trying to get a pick. Make sure that this pick is going to get their back line so they could come through and end this game. But this is where it is. Every late game we see, it's always a turnabout where we should either choke the lanes or wait for picks. And this is the biggest struggle when it comes to these late games. If we look at this gold lead, again, Kaja, surprisingly, most gold on D-Gods' side. But I do want to add, Bruno and Lapu, still, they have full items, their leads already there. But again, they have full items. So that means that D-Gods has nothing to do but scale up from here. Because Dark Immortals is already capped. They have their full items, so they already reached the limit that they're going to get. So now, again, it comes back down to this Lord play. Don't get caught by the Fatal Links. Don't get caught before the Lord comes. If you can do that, you can survive another wave. Hopefully, you can counter-wipe Dark Immortals and get some of these towers.
Yeah, definitely needing to have a game plan, as right now the clock is ticking as Lord makes his way down the mid lane. And just a really good game from Dark Immortals so far. If Soy can find another Fatal Links, that might be all she wrote. But as you are prepping for this final engagement, The question is who will win this trade. They have not synced the lanes though, and that will give a little bit of a slight advantage to D-Gods. A mistake made over there from the side of Dark Immortals on this, but we do see the Guardian's Barrier activated. Soy with the set's gonna find a double on the Fatal Links. Co-Alter activated and responsible for Ronaldo with the Flaming Soccer Ball. Ring of Order by Human Bird doing some AoE damage. You see Blazing Duet to clear the minions, and now Lord crashing his way into the turret. Will it be it? Sorry, God bless. Finding Grok able to take him down. Jay falling into the hands of Surrender though, but down goes the Nexus with the power of the Lord. And ladies and gentlemen, Dark Immortals has done it again. They have taken game 2 and remain the Kings of the Hill.
Now, I want to say GG's to both teams. D-Gods, well played. They try to come back. Dark Immortals constantly taking the pressure. They got the gold lane ahead. They focused, rotated lanes, got the gold lane even more gold. Focused on the rotations, choking out the gold out of D-Gods. I want to give a shout out to God Bless and Soy. Soy making the best Fatal Links plays for Dark Immortals, and God Bless with the micros. After they were getting engagements, I noticed that he was pulling out, waiting for them to focus on the rest of the team, and then he came in and slowly took out the base without nobody seeing. Well played, well done, and I can't wait to see more matches.
Definitely can't wait to see more matches indeed, and man, Dark Immortals able to close it out again, not with 1 win, but with 2, taking out D-Gods, and they remain the Kings of the Hill. Now, this is a surprise. I'm not going to lie. My money was actually on D-Gods just from seeing them perform in the past few weeks. But Dark Immortals climbing up in the power ranks. That's what you want to see, especially for every single team joining the MLSAs. We like to see those who improve because those are the ones who are going to go the extra mile and be the top in NAs. So GG's from both sides, but there can only be 1 winner and only 1 king, and that will be Dark Immortals with 2 wins under their belt. And now the question is, who will take them on next? There's a lot of teams currently ready in the Land of the Dawn, but up next we have Prime Esports. Never seen them perform before. Another new team in the MLSA, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Can't wait to see. Blitzdome was the first one we've seen, and now a second new team. Definitely shows the growth and shows the competition. So I wonder how Dark Immortals will respond. Can they take their 3rd win, or will they stop there and claim victory over to the opposing side for Prime Esports to take that crown? Find out here shortly as we jump into Game 3.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. Made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you think you ain't, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky. You're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky. You're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eco team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably Blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get talking to me only, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause these shit you spell, I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these bitches for the stars, wanna show me what they know, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, oh man, it's been a show so far as we've been seeing Dark Immortals pave the way through a lot of teams. I know a lot of people were kind of preying on their downfall over there in those polls on YouTube, but continuously proving people wrong, and now showing their new nickname is going to be the Underdogs, always proving people wrong and prevailing. So Dark Immortals definitely very impressive. They have taken 2 wins under their belt, and now they're on their 3rd game, going up against a new team for me to see at least, Prime Esports, and I want to see what they bring to the table. But before we get into that, let's get into the rules. They are simple. First come, first serve. Best of 1 winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, as we host King of the Hill. And like we said, today's matchup is definitely going to be one for the books. Dark Immortals already with 2 wins under their belt. The Kings of the Hill currently looking thirsty for their 3rd. But Prime Esports, we got to see how they perform and see if they can take the title from them, as they are done with the draft. And we have Deku on the play-by-play. Do you even breathe? And we also have Manny on the analyst. But let me go ahead and give you guys a little sneak peek of the draft, and here we go. What do you guys think of so far?
I mean, I'm loving it, right? We've been seeing some good drafts tonight. All these teams, it looks like they stepped up the drafting for Season 2 of MLSA, and that's exactly the direction that we want to go with these teams, right? Seeing the improvement, not only in the gameplay, but even before they hit the Land of Dawn, because it all starts with the draft, right? So very excited to see some of these adjustments coming in from these teams.
Now, I wanted to add, Coach, what's poppin'? This Faramis pick right here has been a staple for any team that's coming through. No matter what you see Faramis. Now, on that note, Immortals coming in with the reigning championship. They want to take it all the way home, so they're securing the Faramis and Lapu again. But I also want to point out, they went with the Akai jungle, which is interesting for me because knowing that Prime Esports came in with a Fredrin and Glue pick already with a lot of CC and taunts. Akai, perfect counter to disable the Lolita and actually basically all their sets if they can be done right so that they can set up for his team. The Xavier mid pick and the carry pick, strong picks by Immortals. Like you said, the draft has been extremely strong for Season 2, and I can't wait to see how these games play out. Now, as we noticed, Immortals has a great early game. I can't wait to see how Prime Esports lasts in these rotations and see if they can take advantage of it. Do we have to wait for mid game? We already see these early engagements, Deku.
We are seeing that, right? A lot of early pokes from the Lilia's first blood is going to fall into the hands of Max on the Lolita. A misstep and a misplay from the roamer of Dark Immortals there. They're going to have to look to keep this formation nice and tight. You don't want to hand over kills to the side of Prime Esports right now.
Now, as we don't hand over kills, we can clearly see that both teams are taking it slow. They want to make sure that, again, getting their gold lane ahead. Prime Esports already going in for that 4-man gank, but Immortals already anticipating that and seeing if they're going to catch a play here.
They are looking for Rock Bomb, right, on the Xavier, but able to disengage there. And it's a lot of pressure coming in from that Lilia pick in the hands of Prime Esports. And that's exactly what you want to see is that early aggression from your Lilia, because that's really the window for the Lilia, right? That early mid-game, very strong, especially up against Xavier, who needs that late-game scaling to go ahead and happen to kind of get online for the side of Dark Immortals.
So right there is a good point to point out. Having that Lilia pick is letting Prime survive these early game engagements. They want to make sure that they can get the pick on Immortals. Clearly taking their patience compared to the other games. Now, as we see for this first turtle engagement, do we have everybody at level 4 yet? Who's going to win these engagements here? As we talk about it, there's a huge team fight at Turtle right now.
potentially breaking out. We did see Lapu enter with the Brave Fighter stance, going to find the two-man stun, but there goes Mihawk on to that. Fred's able to secure the turtle. Nomi and Blast going to get disrupted by Akai as Bomba is going to find a kill on the glue here, but the fight not over just yet. Lilia doing what Lilia does with those glooms, with those shadow marks, able to find a kill, but with no Black Boots, going to fall into the hands of Xavier for the double kill. Here comes the Cult Altar to prolong that fight, but they're going to go ahead and use it to disengage. As Dark Immortals is going to even up on kills, but lose the turtle over to the hands of Prime.
Now, I do want to say right there, that was an even exchange. Now, Mortals did lose a turtle, and Prime out here with that slight gold advantage. And that slight gold advantage, speaking of, as we look into these items, again, Claude staying ahead, making sure, actually, with that leg plate for survivability, perfect right there for when Immortals' famous four-man ganks come through. As we notice, though, Xavier with the gold lead for Immortals, and now that would be huge considering that Xavier's a mid to late game mage. Having that online would provide more CC and pressure from Immortals' side.
Absolutely, and we are seeing, speaking of the side, Prime Esports, XP laner able to take down a Lapu there, and now we're seeing potentially a re-engage or a return trade up on the top side. Here comes Carrie with the speedy light wheels, looking for Claw. He's going to be able to get out with that mirror image, and now Lolita with that shield, able to go ahead and negate any further damage there. Not able to find the trade, but in the mid lane, we do see Buse on the Lilia forcing Rock Bomba to go ahead and burn out that flicker, man. And that's that early aggression, right, that we've been harping about coming in from the side of Prime.
Now, as we keep looking at that side of Prime, we keep seeing here, they're trying to go on for the Lapu. They're engaging, making sure that they have pressure on XP. Now, my question is, why put pressure on XP when, speaking of pressure on XP, God bless, and Jay securing the kill on Claude, getting that early gold on carry.
Definitely getting the early goal, getting the early kill, and it's not really what you want to see from your Claude there, right? Got to play it a little safer in that lane. Doesn't really have the upper advantage, doesn't have the spike in place yet to kind of take those trades, getting caught out. But now, speaking of getting caught out, a little bit of contest over here on the turtle. Mystic Field out for Rock Bomba on this Xavier, but isn't going to be enough to stop the aggression. Lilia and Glue, you definitely can see them looking to push them back, looking to hunt them down, and that's exactly what's going to happen as they open up the space for Fredrin to secure that turtle. Speaking of opening up Fredrin, looking for more, a little soft invade into the jungle, trying to steal those small creeps, but now after finding the turtle, finding the pressure, is going to go ahead and back away now.
Now, as we see here, Prime Esports constantly getting these turtles, making sure the pressure's up. And now, if we notice over here, well done on the Claude, had to sacrifice his items that he needed for online so he can get the leg plate for survivability. But as we see, he went right into that Demon Hunter sword instead of the Corrosion Sight, so he can get that online.
Speaking of getting things, the Cult Ultra online right now in the team fight, but it's not enough as Fredrin is going to find Faramis there. God bless, a little too late to the fight. The damage has been done. A member down from the side of Dark Immortals is now Prime, is looking Prime to push onto this mid tower. No contest here, and that's an important tower going down for the side of Dark Immortals. Definitely not what you want to see. We're under the 6-minute mark, and mid lane has already been cracked open. This is going to make so much pressure happen to these side lanes.
Now, as we looked at so much pressure, Prime Esports going in with that 5-man on mid, and they're choking the gold lane here, starving the carry out, getting their Claude back online. Beautiful rotations by Prime Esports. Looking at these items again. Carry, though, having that gold lead, can she come back and have Immortals secure this set as they're getting choked here? They're waiting for a Prime team fight as they're zoning.
But again, Lilia with those Shadow Blooms able to peel them back as they're going to leave Faramis all alone. Fredrin go ahead and pick up that kill. Speedy Light Wheels from the carry. Dawn Light combination going to find the low leader, but Fredrin is going to pick up the double kill, as well as it's going to be traded back onto the Lilia at the hands of Carry. Still trying to stay alive, but that energy eruption going to lead to the triple kill by Fredrin, not able to escape. The man that has been the most banned of the junglers and now still looking for more, trying to find Xavier. Going to get caught out by the Mystic Field, but now after taking the tower, taking 3 kills, going to go ahead and focus their energy into other ventures.
Exactly what we said about the Lilia, though. Providing that zonage, and Fredrin coming in and seeing, we're getting shown exactly why this man needs to be banned. Had so much damage he absorbed and was able to clean up for the Claude and also take it with his ultimate for the kills. Now, as we go, we're setting up for the next Lord. Actually, the last turtle before Lord. So we're going to have another huge team fight engagement here. Immortals needs to make sure that they don't get caught by these sets and avoid the Fredrin.
Speaking of sets and speaking of things to avoid, trying to fall into the hands of Fredrin, Cold ulti being popped out early. Right now, we did see that heavy spin from Akai, but without the follow-up, now going to be re-engaged with that Numium Blast. But keep an eye here. We are seeing now that Lapu is getting taken down by this Lilia. Fredrin taking a 1v2, splitting the fight, as Lilia's going to pick up a double kill, as the Marksman and Mage from the side of Dark Immortals had to deal with Mihawk, and that's just the pressure that they have. They're able to separate the damage dealers from the rest of the team, and now they're still pushing into the mid lane. Black Boots coming out from Lilia to reset, as Mihawk's going to come in from the backside to finish on that kill. Killing spree into the hands of Lilia, going to find the carry now. She's Rock Bomber all alone, and that does mean that tower is going to go down. Prime Esports in good shape right now to close this out against Dark Immortals.
Now, Prime Esports constantly putting pressure on Immortals. Now, it's kind of the flip, right? We saw Immortals doing the exact same strategy in the last 2 games, and now they're getting flipped on with this. Now, the key here is that Fredrin out here taking all the damage. If we look at the items in the gold leads at 6K, Fredrin out here with both of his helmets. Now, that strat has been used on every tank jungler, and on Fredrin, it's OP. Too much regen can absorb so much, apply so much skills to be used on him so that his backline can secure the victory.
And right now, speaking of things to secure, Prime looking to find this tower potentially. They are setting it up. The 3-man here, Lilia and Lolita, that zoning, but with no minions currently available. Not going to go for the push, but they are still setting up in the bot side now. Fredrin looking to join them down here. That's 4 members on the side of Prime. They're going to cut the lane, and look at the zoning, right? We've been talking about this. Look at Lilia with the damage applied, then the Black Boot, and here comes Fredrin again. We saw it in the mid, and they're doing it in the bot side, coming on from behind to clean that up. Blazing Duet going to find the Lapu, and that's 2 members down from Dark, and now the bot side is wide open, man. Dark Immortals hasn't found a way to be able to stop the snowball that is Prime Esports.
Now, what I've been seeing is that Prime Esports knows exactly how to snowball. They have Lilia all game pushing that zonage and the tank just waiting for them to counter that, and they set up the sets for Claude, and it's been working every single time. And Dark Immortals has no answer for that. They need to take out this Lilia so that they cannot be zoned and that they can engage on their marksman.
Absolutely, and speaking of engage here, they're trying to defend this bot in here. We saw the Mystic Field, but here comes Jay with a heavy spin, trying to find a pickoff, but no, gonna miss the mark here. Claude caught out, but is gonna be able to escape thanks to that vengeance, thanks to that mirror image, not going to be taken down. And Dark Immortals, right, it looks like they had an opportunity to find a pickoff, but it slipped right through their hands, and I feel like that's what's going on in this match. Everything slipping through their hand, but not slipping through Xavier's eyesight. They're going to find Claude trying to recall. That was an insane dawning light. But speaking of insane, the team fighting the top side, Numian Blast being charged by Lolita, going to find 1, and the Colt being forced out, and now the members of Dark Immortals uncomfortable position 2, going to fall down here, a godlike, into the hands of Mihawk on this Fredrin, who is currently flawless as he goes over the wall for the energy eruption. Appraiser's Wrath going to miss the mark. Dawning Light finding 4 members, not going to find the kill, but hang on here. Glue taking a lot of damage. True damage there from the tower, as Xavier will find 1 more there on the board for the side of Dark Immortals, and that's some good playmaking from the mid laner of Dark. But now the Lord in the mid inhibitor range is going to be able to take it down. They're quickly making work of it as Prime doesn't have the members to really go ahead and push in on this. So Dark Immortals finally finding just a little bit of ground, right? 2 kills there, able to defend the inhibitor. They lost a lot, but they still have an opportunity. You always have a chance, right? You have a carry and an Xavier. The late game is definitely there. It's just how much longer can they hold out against Prime.
Now, as we're talking about, the late game is there. Prime with that 8K gold lead. They have the thickest team right now with the Lilia zone. Now, as I wanted to talk about these items, she has... Oh, see, that's the problem there. Going Windtalker first destroyed the advantage that God Bless had picking the carry. If you go Golden Wind in any of your first 3 items, that's what makes her OP. It applies double passive effects. She could be taking down these tanks with no problem. Without Golden Wind, it makes the rest of your build useless and taking you way too long to get online. That's what threw. I personally believe that. If they had the Golden Wind online, they would not be having a problem by this Fredrin.
Absolutely, but speaking of Fredrin, going to get eliminated by Akai, finally getting that heavy spin to find the pickoff, and now it is a 4v4. Can they take this Lilia with those glooms and the blazing duet from Claw? They're going to find Lapu, but a Dawning Light almost being able to take out Claude there, risky positioning from the marksman. They did find kills, but now they're going to have to back off. No push on that mid inhibitor. Both sides duking it out right now, right? Neither one wanting to give an edge, and Dark Immortals obviously not trying to give up the series, as they are currently the head of the King of the Hill tonight, and they do not want to be eliminated here.
Now, speaking of not being eliminated here, if we can get hold out, again, we got to that mid game now, the 12-minute mark, 12-minute Lord. It crashes and takes that inhibitor. Can Dark Immortals come back, let Prime come in and choke, let them get their gold, don't get picked out by the Lilia zone and by the Glue and Lolita sets. Hopefully, Carry has that golden win online. Once that's online, peel for the Carry, it's GG. I personally believe that they can come back and win this. Now, if they fight for this Lord and lose this team fight, however, it's a throw. They need to be patient. Probably gonna have to give this Lord away because they don't have the means. They're down way too much gold. They're gonna lose the fight unless they can get the pick on their Lilia or Claude.
Absolutely. You know what? It's interesting that you mentioned that golden staff because it did just get picked up by Carey. Seems they're listening to you, but listen to the Blazing Duet sing out right now. Is well done. Has entered into the back line. As Reagan is going to pick up that Lord, but a 3-man flicker, Numian blast from Lolita. That's going to be disaster for the side of Dark Immortals. Here comes the push. Here comes the onslaught. Here is Claw's going to find Wapu here, but now Dark Immortals looking to clean them up off the map as Lily is going to find the Xavier Soy2 onto the Faramis. The last member standing over there in the river as Akai has already made it back to base. What is he going to be able to do? They're not going to look to let him recall. The Glue is looking to chase him down. Doesn't want to let him get back to the base to go ahead and defend with them. You can see the rest of the members lining up with this Lord, and Ram is still being chased down. And it's alone Jay, alone Akai here. Is Heavy Spin going to be enough? No, the taunts, the CC is going to be bursted out immediately by Mihawk, and no one there to defend. The Nexus will be taken down by the side of Prime Esports.
Well, GG's to Prime Esports, Dark Immortals. I wanted to note that here. Beautiful game work by Dark Immortals and Prime Esports. Wanted to capitalize on the fact that Prime Esports knew their advantages. Having that Lilia secured that early game, they were taking advantage, snowballing, making sure that she was zoning properly. And then on top of that, when they came at her, their tanks were ready right there to secure the play and secure the rotation. That's been the prime of the game. The Prime Esports flipped the script on Dark Immortals, and all I have to say is well done.
GG's. Hello guys, I'm new around here as an analyst. I'm Zero, so go ahead and rewind what I have to say, especially if you think this is very long-winded. I'm going to be as fast as I can go, as compact as I can go. So for all these games in high-low and in these scrims especially, they're decided mostly in the draft. And so to save some time, I won't go over the bans or the logic behind the bans. We'll just talk about the draft strengths head-to-head. The only thing I see blaring at me, red flags everywhere, is that Faramis pick into the Glue, which is very, very good, but to deny that pressure that Faramis would have on the team of Prime Esports, that Lilia was drafted. And so from a overarching point of view, if Prime Esports had drafted even more mobility into this match, they would have had an even better or bigger of a advantage on their side. Not like they didn't have one already with that Lilia pick, but you know, I just wanted to highlight that. And it just takes a lot more coordination to get entire sets and maintain a group of heroes in prolonged team fights from the side of Prime Esports. Carrie herself does not actually have crazy high synergy with Akai or Faramis because she's single target, but she has a little bit more of that synergy with Xavier, which is able to, you know, stop people and allow her to dish out that damage. Between Faramis and Lapu Lapu, there is a bit more synergy, and as far as Akai goes here, he kind of gets stomped on by Lilia and Claude later on in the game, the same way that the Faramis is denied that engaged by Lilia. So it doesn't really matter for, like, the purpose of the Akai is obviously to use his ult and prevent Fredrin from getting those retributions, but it doesn't really matter if you're going to get bursted before you can actually, you know, do those things, right? So the intent right there is good draft-wise, because what you were trying to do is prevent those group ups, those team fights, which Prime Esports had an advantage in. And it was just to the Faramis pick didn't allow the zoning for that Akai to then provide the ability to split up those teams. And again, so the Lilia is basically what allowed this to happen from the early game, and denying them the ability, Dark Immortals the ability to, break up those team fights. And if you look at the early game, a lot of the pressure that was being applied was like 3 or 4 plus heroes. And so that pressure and that snowball that built up on the side of Prime Esports scaled into an AoE hero, which is Claude, which is very good, and then 3 heroes which are really, really tanky. And to counter them, you're going to need to build a lot of penetration and or have heroes like Carry who don't really care how tanky you get. But the only time, this is probably one of the few times where you guys will see a Carry pick not be as useful, because when you have this type of scenario play out, if you don't build your carry right, you're gonna really, really suffer in the early game against these chunkier comps. And the only way you can really mitigate that is by rushing that Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff once you know you can't build a snowball. Windtalker first is a good item on carry when you have a snowball and an advantage, because it helps you clear waves faster, along with DHS just helping you basically, do damage. But these guys are tanky enough to the point where DHS isn't really gonna hurt them as bad as Corrosion and Golden Staff would hurt them. Further on to, or adding on to that, the only time where you guys are starting to see any type of like magical pen being built is probably towards the end, with Rock Bomba on the Xavier barely probably dishing out a Divine Glaive right there towards the end. And when you have a hero like Xavier, you would need to rush that instead of Lightning Truncheon, because you're not going to really damage anybody on the side of on Prime Esports. So item-wise, Claude, even in the early game, was building those steel leg plates to counter, if you guys pay attention, that Carry had Inspire. And so she would have the ability to burst that Claude in the early game. So not only did he have Vengeance, but he also had those steel leg plates in the early game to avoid that burst and to avoid that Carry from getting that snowball. And so once we started getting towards the end of the early game, we saw Carry to, finish that Windtalker, and we already had that little conversation why it's not that good, why she should have got the other one. But the reason we focused so much on it is because if you guys pay attention, the only real hope they had here was not only in the Carry dishing out the damage and, creating that reverse or that opportunity to win the game for them as their main damage dealer, but Xavier also was the only other option they had there from a range, from a distance that couldn't really get, targeted. But he didn't have, unfortunately, the penetration to be able to dish out that damage along with Carry. And it's just a snowball that was well executed. And other than that, we have standard builds for most of these heroes, nothing crazy. But I just wanted to highlight those two the most because they are definitely the matchmakers for both teams, both of those gold laners. So, but that's about it for the analysis. Damage-wise, if you guys, there's no question about it that Lilia made the entire strategy from the side of Dark Immortals, which relied, like I said, on splitting up those team fights, null, because they were just getting nuked. And this is something that you guys probably see from Faramis usually. He's usually the one poking and, bursting people down before they can engage. But that's exactly what got reversed because Lilia is just a stronger early game hero than Faramis. And that's about all I had to say, guys. Hopefully it wasn't too much. If it was, just rewind and replay.
There you go. Appreciate you. That was Zero ML, one of the analysts on deck with a quick breakdown of the game that we've seen. And man, oh man, a lot of surprises around the corner, right? We've seen Dark Immortals take 2 wins, tried to take their third, but knocked down by Prime Esports, a team I haven't seen compete, and I'm definitely impressed. But I was impressed with Dark Immortals as well. I see some major improvement from week 1 on season 1 all the way now on week 1 for season 2, and you can just see how much they have measured since then. But speaking about measurements, there can only be one king of the hill, and currently that is Prime Esports as they snatched the crown from Dark Immortals. But don't go nowhere as there's more teams on the way trying to stop them from climbing up that ladder. As next we have Excellent Era. This is a team that's been competing since week, I want to say the first, second week of the MLSA, and definitely one of the veteran teams. And now they're going up against one of the new dogs around the town, the new teams. I shouldn't say dogs. People say, you say dog, that means that they're bad. But no, Prime Esports definitely a good team. but Excellent Era is a great team as well, and I'm ready to see them compete. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and take a little short break, roll your shoulders, maybe rewind and listen to Zero's breakdown again and take some notes as we will be jumping in to Game 4 momentarily.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Break us down. I'll be speaking for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop. Yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, so we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We are on Season 2. That's right, the doors have officially opened again in a brand new season. And speaking of brand new, some new teams showing their faces inside the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy for the grand opening of it. And speaking of brand new teams, Prime Esports able to take down Dark Immortals, who was on the rise with 2 wins under their belt, and now the crown has been snatched into Prime Esports' favor. A brand new team for the MLSA and already performing phenomenally. But speaking about performance, let's jump into the rules for today, as they are simple. It is King of the Hill, first come, first serve, best of 1. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. And right now, we are seeing Prime Esports currently taking the title as the King of the Hill, a brand new team in the MLSA, going up against a veteran team, Excellent Era. I do have alongside me on the desk, Coach Deku. Do you even breathe on the play-by-play and how we'll be doing your on-point analysis? How you doing, Deku?
I'm doing great, man. These teams are taking care of me for the first opening, right, of Season 2 of the MLSA, man. We have been waiting for this action. I think so alongside with the teams, it seems like everyone's bringing on their A game tonight. We've seen it in the drafts, we've seen it in the gameplay, and right now we're starting to see the story unfold already in between these two teams, in between Prime and Excellent Era, as the first phase of the draft has been completed already.
Yeah, you do see a lot of interesting picks on the board. One that definitely has caught my eye is Yukimaru on this Grok. I'm definitely a fan of that, especially in the early phase, and stacked up with the Eve as well. But looking at the opposing side to see what they have to go up against it. Demon locking in that Hilda. Not something that you see too often, but you can't count it out. Hilda, one of those roamers who can harass the jungle and get to that back line with ease, and I'm wondering if that's where they're going to slot it as. This Demon could be a flex pick into the XP as well, and that's just really the beauty of it. Same with the Grok on Yukimaru. You can be the Grok on the roam, and you can still slot it as the XP laner, and both of them are able to get the job done.
definitely able to get the job done. And it's interesting, right, that you point out that Hilda pick. I have had the privilege, right, to host some scrims on the private side of things for the side of Excellent Air, and that Hilda is definitely something that they like to run. It's very comfortable for them in that wrong position in the hands of Demon. So it is a little new over to the MLSA, but for me personally, I have seen this, and I'm very excited to see them pull it out, right? I love seeing those new picks come into the play for these teams, break kind of the mold of the traditional standard draft, and kind of bring in your own personal flair, right? Your own style, and that's exactly what we're seeing. You see it in the Hilda pick, and you even see it in the Moskov, right, from Ergo here. That is another pick that they like to run it up against the Beatrix. It is going to be a nice matchup. It will be interesting, though, to see how it will pair up against the pressure from Grok in the Eve. That wild charge and that real world manipulation could prove a little difficult for the Moskov to maneuver, but if anybody can get it done, I would definitely count on Ergo, the marksman, for Excellent Air.
But speaking of getting it done, a pick that slid through the end of the draft, Martis making a special appearance, and I'm kind of scratching my head. We all know what he can do with that decimation, those mortal coils in the early game, and a solid pickup for the jungle, but Mihawk is going to pick up the X-Borg instead, and I'm liking this, right? When you have the X-Borg, you do have that AoE damage, that true damage as well, but the thing about it is, I love seeing teams going against the grain and trying new things out, not going with your traditional picks. That's the whole purpose of this. You want to be able to give yourself a challenge and get creative with your draft. You got to get the most out of your scrims for when you do run in the professional setting. And, you know, in the Scrim Academy, that's one of the things we harp on, is focusing on going against the meta, letting some of the meta picks walk, seeing how you guys kind of fare off, you know, with that on the enemy side. But speaking of the enemy side, to finalize the draft, we are looking at a possible Amon inside of the jungle.
Indeed, we'll definitely see a damage. The jungler from Excellent Era is very trigger happy with those snowballing junglers, right? He likes to play the Granger, likes to play the Leomord, the Roger, picks that fall into that snowball composition. Even something like a Dyrol. I've seen him pull that out in some of these private scrims alongside things like you said, or hinted out, right? The Amon. But that Granger is his bread and butter. That is his call to fame, if you will, one of his most used mains in any match, right? And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock that in. So we will be seeing the Granger jungle, and like I said, I'm very excited. It looks like Excellent Era isn't here to play to the rules of the meta. They're here to bring in their own style and their own comforts up against Prime Esports, and I love to see it. I definitely want to see them kind of succeed with these picks. I love seeing the teams kind of break away, like I said. So this is going to be an interesting match, Weezy. But what do you think in between these compositions? Who do you have to kind of give the edge or the favor to win this match?
Ooh, that's definitely going to be a hard one, considering it's not your typical picks from either side. The Export Jungle kind of caught me off guard, especially going into this draft. But both sides have some sustainability. You have Ruby, you have Esmeralda, the Queen of Shield, and the Queen of Sustainability. You have Grok with the CC, Eve with the AoE damage. But to respond back, you have Moskov and Lilia, the early game queen, for that Lilia and Moskov, you know, maybe that CW build from, you know, that we've seen in M4 with the attack speed route may be the way to go instead of the crit. But time will tell. But I know one thing. I'm definitely rooting more for the side of Excellent Era just for one thing and one thing only. That Starfall Knight skin. It's my favorite skin in the game, and Granger's my favorite hero as well outside of Martis, so I gotta rep with, you know, what I like seeing on the table. But I think this is going to be a battle of micro and macro and synergy between these teams, especially when you have something that's not traditionally picked, not a traditional draft either. And that's going to go down to how they kind of perform as a team with what they drafted.
Absolutely, and I'm expecting to see a lot of split and pick off from the side of Excellent Era. A little story here, right, Weez? I'm not sure if you're too familiar with this, but Ergo, the marksman for Excellent Era right now, is actually Arc, or 1804, as some may have known him from E10, right? Or that was formerly known as Straw Hats. That is the marksman from that team, and we know he likes these kind of picks like Moskov, and we know his play style. He loves to go for the splits. He likes to make a response happen, to go for the 1v1, a very aggressive marksman player. It's very interesting to see how he will do in his first MLSA appearance with his new team on this new roster. But it looks like the play style is going to remain the same, but will fit the theme of Excellent Era. And not only that, will it be able to match up against Prime Esports?
Now, I actually did not know that Arc was picked up by Excellent Air, and I'm interested to see what kind of development he did, you know, outside of the MLSA, to see how much he's grown. He's always a pretty solid marksman in my opinion, sometimes a little too overly aggressive, that maybe he has learned from his mistakes and is going to shine as we go into Season 2 for the MLSA. You do see Moskov already having an easier time with his team, kind of providing that zonage, and this is what Hilda kind of does best, is be a little bit of that annoyance, that invasion inside of the jungle that you can't get rid of.
Absolutely, and you can see the aggression, right? Like you said, that attention to detail, the assistance from Excellent Air. Ken likes to play that aggressive style. He has the Granger, and there goes Def Sonata trying to find Well Done, cooking him just right, the stun from Moskov. And Well Done's not going to be able to escape. First blood into the hands of Ken, and then Demon's going to pick up that second kill. And just like that, like we mentioned, Excellent Air likes to snowball, likes to go for the early plays, and it's coming into effect right now. So they're up 2-0 against Prime Esports.
You gotta be careful as you want your gold lane to get online, and already a good start over there from Ergo, also formerly known as Arc, but Turtle goes to the side of Prime Esports to kind of even out the board, but they are still down in gold from that engagement. Now, we are looking at a Moskov versus a Beatrix, right? Both of them can kind of fight from afar, but Moskov a little bit more of that menace in that late game with that attack speed route. And the question is that what he is going to go? But looking on the bottom side, we do see something not traditionally picked either. King Arbs on this Esmeralda going up against the Grok. A lot of people kind of look down on Esme now. Used to be one of the top picked XP laners, but now maybe the story will change.
And we're seeing that engage up here on the top side as Ergo's in a lot of trouble. Lucy gonna be able to finally find the kill, but here comes the trade. Kimchi with the Lilia gonna find one, looking for two. Ruby trying to do a little dancey dance, but here comes the big bad wolf, and Lilia gonna go ahead and secure the double kill, and that's exactly what you want to see from the Excellent Air, finding the trade right back, not gonna let it go uncontested.
Definitely not letting anything go. An Excellent Era, definitely online in terms of synergy, just kind of rotating around the map. And that's not the easiest thing to pull off, especially with a Granger in the jungle. And you got to give credit to them, even with their, their unique style of drafting, they get the job done.
Absolutely, and Ken getting the job done on Well Done, as he has now died for the third time already. 3 deaths for the gold laner of Prime Esports, and that's not what you want to see. And now Excellent Air trying to work on this gold tower. It's just a Ruby all alone here. They are going to strip it of that gold shield, and they actually are going to go ahead and take it down in the first 4 minutes of the game, and this is disastrous for the side of Prime Esports.
Definitely disastrous, and this is not what you want to see, especially with Ergo kind of starting to farm up on this Moskov. A little bit of a look at the items, already picking up that corrosion scythe, but a kill in the mid lane as Eve takes down Hilda.
The fight's not over. Arbs, the XP laner from Excellent Air, making his rotation, trying to find the kill, but a good wild charge from the Grok, able to sign the disengage, but no, Ken gonna find him with the Def Sonata, and now Lilia able to find a kill as well. Excellent Air, a well-oiled machine right now, finding kills left and right on the map. Ooh, but some more trouble.
There's just a lot of bloodshed in the mid lane right now. Like you said, Def Sonata, Tomato, definitely getting the job done on this Granger, but you do see this Turtle in play as well, and the question is, will we see Excellent Air be able to pick this up? They lost the first one, but it was a decent trade, and they actually won in that favor as they took the tier 1 on the top side, and looks like Ken already wasting no time. He's going to go ahead and pull the aggro, but decides to reset it and possibly go for an engagement, and I'm kind of wondering if that was the right answer, but we will find out here momentarily as both teams clashing it out.
And we're seeing right now the X-Board trying to find a kill, does pick up Demon here, but look at Ken trying to close the gap on Mihawk. Def Sonata is going to ring true. He is going to find the kills. He's letting the shots fly. Vegan Kimchi doing a good job of zoning as well in the mid lane. And now here comes the focus on that Turtle.
You do see a clash on the bottom side.
Ooh, wild charge. Ergo in some trouble, but hang on here. Is going to find a way to take out Yuki here. That last second stun coming in at the exact right moment that he needed it. And there it goes, man. We talked about it. Ergo, the aggressive gold laner for Excellent Era, finding a way to get it done in the bot side.
It's definitely something that Arc is comfortable doing, is taking that fight. But speaking of fights,
now Well Done again in the line of trouble. He's already 1-3. Is it going to become 1-4? Yes, this Ken is unstoppable with the Granger. Going to find one, looking for two. But Ruby with the Omnifended Flicker trying to take out Ken. Now Real World has dropped in. Reality has came into play as Lucy is going to shut down Ken on the Granger. Finally able to find something on the board here. But Excellent Air. Snowball is in play.
Definitely snowball and play, and you got to give credit, though, to MaxApp on that Ruby. With that, I'm offended. Pulling in Granger into that turret for a little bit of chip damage, and then you do see Eve rushing in last minute to kind of pick him off with that manipulation, and that is just some beautiful synergy, even though they are down on the back end so far. But while we got a little bit of a time to breathe, you do see Lilia picking up, going more for the CDR route. Got some Magic Shoes, Enchanted Talisman on the way. Probably an Ice Queen Wand down the line for some additional slow. Granger over there with the Hunter Strike or Hunter Scythe already, for a little bit of that mobility and a little bit of that attack and pin. But looking at the top side, you do see a switch in lanes. Esmeralda now on the top side trying to defend against Well Done and MaxApp.
And there we see the falling Star Moon trying to, like you said, protect this tower, but a little bit of CC, a little bit of damage. It looks like he's going to be able to hold off, though. Go ahead and take out that Cannon Minion, and now the team of Excellent Air with the rotations. Demon forced out with the Vengeance, but here comes Kid, finding his way to the back line, but Well Done going to find the Lilia there. That's a mage down from the side of Excellent Air. Def Sonata singing out, trying to find a member. Has not found the kill, real world manipulation, but look at the falling star move from Arms. He's going to find the marksman, and now he's working on Hussein there. Going to find the second kill, a shutdown, double kill from the XP laner of Excellent Air. And it's like they're still in the chase. Ken has his eyes locked on Mihawk. One more shot here. He is going to take him down. That's a 4-man clean on the map. It looks like Ergo, like we said, look at the split push. He found the tier 2 over there on the bot side. And now the side of Prime Esports in an uncomfortable position. His Excellent Air has completely opened up this map.
Completely opening up the map, and when you run that double marksman composition, it allows Ergo to kind of do what Moskov does best: split push and take these turrets. And when you have the Granger to be able to provide that ranged damage, it allows him to kind of rotate, and you have to keep an eye on him. As I can't tell you, out of all the heroes I see get backdoor plays, Moskov is definitely up there in probably top 5. So definitely needing to watch out for Ergo, as he's definitely paying attention to what's going on the map at all times and taking advantage of the separation. Speaking of taking advantage, you do see Lord spawned in and already good zonage for the side of Excellent Era, prepping for a possible clash, maybe using it as bait, or is this an objective that they want to take? Looks like they are going to pull the aggro on it with the double marksman. Not going to really take too much time to take it down. You are seeing Xborg, though, the jungler, possibly rushing in.
Rushing in, but was that the right call? He is being forced back, but here comes real manipulation, trying to split the fight, trying to separate, but there's Arms with a good falling Star Moon, and Ken with the follow doing a lot of damage. And now we see Max on the Ruby getting pressured as Ergo finds a kill on the other side, but no, wild charge combination was Well Done. So go ahead and trade that right back out on Ergo, and now they're trying to defend the mid tower, but they don't have enough. Look at Arms underneath the tower, zoning off the members of Prime Esports, and he's been weaving his way through the battlefield this entire match. And look at him, looks like he's setting up one more time, falling Star Moon charging, but doesn't have anything right there on the map to find. They're gonna go ahead and disengage now after cleaning up a lot of damage and a lot of kills here.
Right now, you're just seeing Mihawk, the jungler for Prime Esports, having a hard time getting online right now. We kind of talked about these wildcard drafts. So speaking of wildcards,
Ken getting caught out by that I'm offended with the real world, a little bit of misplay, and maybe overstaying his welcome over in the jungle. You are still a marksman. There are still rules to abide by as a soft back liner. But speaking of soft, Lord being worked on by Prime Esports down on the bot side, but a little bit of action maybe in the mid lane. We are seeing Moskov finding a stun. That's Ergo cooking him Well Done on the marksman there. And now Kimchi trying to provide a little bit of gloom on the backside of that tower. They're looking to pressure this, but Busei trying to do a little damage. You see the glowing wand damage right now ticking up on Kimchi here. Ruby gonna pick up and assist that kill there with the I'm offended, but look at Arms again. Falling Star Moon finding 2 members. Ruby trying to make the disengage happen. Real world manipulation. The combinations right now are good, but look at Ergo trying to focus in on Eva. No, it's gonna get taken out at the last second. One more hit and he would have made a great play, but he's going to get sent back up to the caster's desk with the rest of us as Prime Esports is trying to hold the stampede that is Excellent Air.
You're definitely seeing Ergo online, and I love how he shifted focus instantly over to the Eve. Boosie over there behind in the base, behind a wall, and like I said, I definitely see some major improvement right now with the grand appearance over there from Ark, who took a little bit of a break. Now coming back and definitely as strong as ever and online, and a good pickup for Excellent Era. And we need to see Prime Esports kind of respond a little bit more smoothly, but I'm not counting them out because they do have some impressive plays themselves. But right now, Mihawk having a very hard time in the jungle. And this is what we said when you pick these type of wild card drafts. Sometimes the issue is being able to perform on them. Yeah, it might work in theory on paper, but when you don't traditionally practice it, that's when it becomes a little bit harder to pull off. Now, looking at the items so far, Nothing too out of the ordinary. Grok on the high-end drive for the XP, running that Blade of Heptases, Blade of Despair. Definitely having the damage, but down goes the manipulation.
And we're seeing right now the big slow master finding Kimchi there. The mini Eve, Arb's Falling Star Moon's gonna come up just short. Speaking of short, the damage from the Death Sonata also coming up just a little short, getting Grok low, but not able to find the kill there. But look at Ergon. We talked about this, the split push. He loves to go for it. He's gonna find that inhibitor, and now he's looking for more. Hang on here, Grok in trouble, and so is this Beatrix Falling Star Moon. Gonna get kind of canceled there by Ruby, but the damage has been done. The base has been open, and Ergo able to retreat, and now the Lord being worked on by Kid, and man, oh man, it's all coming to fruition here. We talked about this, the gameplay, the play style they want to go for, and Prime Esports is struggling up against it.
Yeah, definitely a hard game to go up against. Excellent Era paving the way, and you do see an engagement on the bottom side already. Demon getting hit with 3 members, now possibly turning into 4 as well. Done trying to make his way in. They are trying to get into this Lord, but not able to, as Ken gets the retribution, and Lord goes to Excellent Era. You do see Immortality picked up by Ken as well. A little bit of a saving grace when he does go down, and just some solid real estate synergy, macro and micro so far from Excellent Era. And I think the key of the game so far is pay attention to Ergo. Watch where Moskov goes, as he is going to close this out if you are not careful. But speaking of careful, a little bit of engagement over the blue buff.
Absolutely, and like you said, pay attention. Look at the numbers, Wheezy. 5 members from the side of Prime Esports, but keep an eye on Ergo. Look at the bot side inhibitor. It's completely open, and he's got a full wave. This game could be ended right here if they can't make it to the base in time. Well done trying to rotate, and you can see them. Look at the damage that appears. He's already dropped Beatrix half HP. So low as the Lord has found the Nexus, but the members of the Excellent Air not able to join it in just yet, but they have cracked another inhibitor by the hands of Ergo, and that's just that proper macro. He knows exactly where to be. He loves for the split push, and they're going to find the tier 2 in the mid tower as well. Falling Star Move from Arms, a big play, a wall charge, and I'm offended. A lot of combinations and a lot of CC as X4 is going to take out Esmeralda, but look at Argo, so aggressive. This time he's going to find Buse, he's going to find Rock. That's 2, he's looking for 3, but no, when the next from Beatrix is going to get shut down, but there's Kid across the wall with the Death Sonata, and combination from Lily is going to take him down, and now the next is being worked on by Kid. Can he get it done? He's low, but so is the base, and they're going to take this game away from Prime Esports.
Victory!
Wow. All right. So once again, guys, we'll get straight into the draft. Unfortunately, because Lilia punishes heroes like Ruby, Xborg, and Grok so well with little to no consequence, unless countered by an assassin, the side of Excellent Era just has a superior early game pressure with that Lilia pick. The only thing that Excellent Era really had to watch out for the most would be the AoE sets from Grok's Wild Charge combined with the real world manipulation from Eve, and any type of ultimate combined with Beatrix. The Ruby pick in this particular match, even though I'm a big Ruby fan, is the only one I would have liked to see change for something else like a Rafaela or a support roamer, so that they can dance around the marksman's mobility in the jungle from the side of the Excellent Era. For this particular match, the side of Excellent Era had a lot of pressure on the gold lane in the early game, even ignoring that first turtle, picking off 2 kills in the early game. Prime Esports' proper response to kind of even that out would have been better to kind of send Grok to cut the XP lanes a bit deep, since they weren't going to get contested for that first turtle, and then go back to focus on the gold lane, which they did try to do. They went out and tried to and successfully neutralized Ergo, but it wasn't for free. They did get 2 kills in the early game, and this type of pressure kept building up, and a lane swap at that point would have been most beneficial for them here, sending the Beatrix and flipping it over for Grok in the gold lane, and it would have made it easier or harder for Ergo to scale on that Moskov. And just because of the setting potential that you guys saw time and time again, when you guys, if you guys paid attention, they got a lot of pickoffs and a lot of counter engages from the Grok and the Eve combination. And so Excellent Era continued this type of pressure throughout the game and swapped Ergo to XP lane. Once that top gold tower was down, he took out Yuki due to all the snowball that he gained from the support that his team provided to him in the early game. Lilia able to once again show us and able to prevent most of the people that are, you know, kind of able to get close in that melee range to make those sets, to make those plays from the side of Prime Esports and prevent that. All of this happened while Ergo kept getting gold basically unanswered because of the sheer pressure being applied by the other 4 on the side of Excellent Era. I do want to point out that the real world manipulations, again, were very on point the entire game, but there's only so much you can do when Excellent Era has the resources and the map open and available enough to not get punished too heavily by that real world manipulation. It wasn't all perfect though. There are a couple of plays that Ergo made more than often without waiting for that real world manipulation to end, which did get him shut down quite a couple times. It's not a really bad mistake, but in the future, if they want to continue to improve on these types of plays, the biggest thing that I saw, glaring at me was that when King Arbs, when the Esme dived into the backline, it was not synchronized with the time when Ergo decided to go all in. It kind of was either before or after. So when you decide to send your marksman, your gold laner, full on into a team fight, it needs to be synergized and synchronized with whoever has the best dive on your team. And it will either make sure you get a complete wipeout while your gold laner dies, or a successful engage in which maybe your XP laner dies but your gold laner survives. So that is something I wanted to point out. It is an area to improve. I don't think that Prime did any type of bad plays overall, except from the macro. It was just a draft thing. It was honestly a Ruby kind of. It should have been a different roamer than Ruby, honestly. But it's fine. This is why we're here to scrim. But once we got past that 10-minute range, I just wanted to highlight again that scary teamfight power that the Grok, Eve, and Ruby combined have. You can kind of see what they wanted to do with that. But unfortunately, that type of strategy does get countered by people that are, either they're jungler or types of heroes that are able to split push very easily. So even if they hadn't drafted a Moskov and would have went with a more conventional type of marksman, if they would have drafted any type of roamer that is also good, jungler that is good at split pushing, it would have been the same type of pressure. And so it's all about a balanced draft, and in this case, side of Excellent Era had the superior draft, and most of these matches, like I've said before, they do get chosen and picked out right there. But damage-wise, it's actually surprising. There's no real other answer to what I said other than Eve kind of showing her power. You got Ken over here with 34% damage, and but you can see Ergo here. Arc clearly focused on his goal, focused on his purpose. But I just wanted to highlight again that for that early game, it's the focus that they had on that gold lane that allowed them to build that up. And Boozy does not surprise me with the 38% damage. Those ultimates were very on point, and it's just they just didn't have enough time to respond in the moment to that type of engage. And that's all I have to say really for this encounter. That was a really nice match to see. Nice to see Ergo kind of scale from just knowing him for a long time.
Definitely a good game indeed, and Ergo making that grand appearance and not wasting no time, ready to get back into action and let the world know he is back in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. So all you marksmen out there, you better watch out, as you got a little bit of competition in that gold lane. But speaking of competition, that is a new King of the Hill. That is Excellent Era taking down Prime Esports and snatching off that crown. But don't go anywhere, as we got the only team known to take the crown more than anybody. Their nickname is the Kingslayers. Who are we talking about? Top 32 team in North America. We're talking about Mama Huevo in the building. Where's my Huevo fans at? What do you guys think it's going to go? Do you think Excellent Era can get the job done and take them down, knock out the Kingslayers, and take game 2 and try and lead the way at Kings of the Hills? Or are we going to see Huevo do what they do best? The Kingslayers snatch that crown and head straight to the throne. Find out here shortly as we jump into game 5.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest future now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we officially opened up our gates for Season 2, Week 1, Day 1, and now currently on Match 5. We've seen a couple of kings rise, and we've seen a couple of kings fall, but now the crown is in the hands of Excellent Era, taking out Prime Esports, and now a new competitor is on the way, the Kingslayers, Huevo, trying to take the crown for their own and claim the throne. A little bit of a look at today. We are running King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve. Best of one winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time till the last team stands. Joined with me on the desk, I have two amazing casters. I have the on-point analyst, Master Rim, with the master plan, said by Coach Deku himself. And speaking of Coach Deku, do you even breathe? He will be doing the play-by-play. How you guys doing today?
Doing great, man. The matches have been exciting. The action has been pretty straightforward, man. These teams are getting right to it. They're not wasting too much time with introductions for Season 2. They're trying to let those names be known. But speaking of things being known, we've already seen, right, the first half of the draft unlocked so far. Rim, how are you doing? And what are your thoughts so far?
I'm doing great. I'm a little sick, but you know, that's besides the point. The season gotta go on. But speaking of things going on, right, looking at the draft here, I do love the responses that I'm seeing, right? Durzo locking in that Lapu Lapu. He's been one of those EXP laners that definitely made their strides when Esme fell off. But Excellent Era, it has been an excellent night for them, right? They locked in some non-conventional picks, and they're bringing back this Esmeralda, right, in the EXP lane, which is something that we all know she still has the capability to perform, which we did see happen in the last game, right? But what I'm excited to see here is the mid lane matchups. We have two high ground mages. We have the fetid airstrikes as well as the real world manipulation. They have a lot of zoning potential to get to that backline to offer utility as well for the tanky and more frontline presence coming in from the Fedrin as well as the Barats. There's some a very balanced draft overall. I think it's pretty even matchups, so I'm excited to see how these team fights are gonna go.
A balanced draft, but wait a minute here, Master Rim. We got to take a minute to acknowledge something looking a little imbalanced. And if you look up there at the top right, look at those bands from the side of Huevo. There's a clear objective here and a clear target that they are aiming for on the side of Excellent Air. I don't know if this is a sign of respect, or are they trying to force the marksman here, Ergo from Excellent Air, to dig very deep in the back? Because that is 5 marksman bands, right? Wan's taken out, Carry, the Moskoff and Mia that we know are signature picks of Ergo there, and then even the Irithel, which is a little slightly deeper in his bag that he likes to pick up. So they took out those meta picks and then targeted all his comforts. So far, they are looking to challenge Excellent Air to find something for Ergo to be comfortable. And this is a bold statement. This is a very bold move from the side of Huevo, man. You never see this. See 5 marksman bands, but they are definitely looking to put Excellent Air in the boiling water here.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see a lot of, they have the 45 seconds, right? They definitely have to take their time to figure out what they're going to draft. I will say, I think I've seen Ergo there play a little bit of that Harith before, which we all know he has the ability to be put into that gold lane, right? Lunox is also an option. I'm not sure if he's strictly that gold laner, but they definitely did ban him out, right? But they still also need a roam as well. So they have the ability here. So I really don't know that 5 marksman bans. There we go, right? Picking up that Melissa. Actually, I'm not sure how I feel about it, because usually when you slot a Melissa, you respond to that with a high ground mage, right? And they already have the Eve there that's going to be able to still deal damage as well as that utility from a distance. So they'll definitely have to play around that, which is just going to make it even more difficult. But like I said, they have the frontline presence at their disposal, and then locking in that Franco with that, that not sustain, but the petrify skill, the suppress. My bad, y'all. Like I said, right. I'm sick. I'm trying here. Yeah, they definitely have that at their disposal.
It's going to be very interesting to see, right? We knew he was going to have to find something in that marksman pool. And Melissa coming out, I do find it a little tough, right? The go away doesn't really come into effect up against Brody, and it definitely doesn't help too much against Lapu with that brave fighter stance. And up against a high ground mage like Eve, right? It's going to be hard to enter into those fights. But I will say, I think the bigger problem is going to be those team fights. If you're looking at Huevo, right, they have a lot of sustain. You have shields on Lapu, shields on the Eve. You have a lot of bulk from Barats as well. Brody, a very durable marksman, as we all do know. And then they even slotted in that pocket pick. The last pick from the side of Huevo was the Florin, right? And we know that Florin is a scaling support, very strong once you get over into the late game, when that Lantern has maxed out on the full evolution. And then the bloom effect, right? That can even negate anti-heal for 3 seconds. So it's a lot to handle from the side of Huevo. They have a lot of utility and a lot of sustainability, and it's kind of an uphill battle for Excellent Air. They definitely have to avoid those 5v5 clashes later on as the game progresses.
Absolutely. But even though, right, I'm looking at their draft right now, and I still think their early game, the only damage that they have to be able to dish out is going to come in from Vegan there on that Farsa, right? But they still do have the Franco. They have the pick-off potential. They have the crowd control themselves. So they definitely have to scale and put some pressure in this gold lane. That's definitely going to be one of their win conditions, because if they can get this Melissa online, it's definitely going to help them.
Absolutely, it definitely would, especially for the front to back composition, right? That Huevo's kind of looking for. But speaking of front to back, a little action over the lid though is going to fall into the hands of Huevo. They're definitely putting out a lot of poke, and there's Ree with the Eve trying to force out maybe a flicker from Demon. They actually did force a flicker from Demon out of looking. The skill was utilized by Franco, so that is a flicker already gone from the side of Excellent Air.
Absolutely, and that's a lot of utility, and we haven't seen a prep for the first turtle yet, but they're not gonna have that at their disposal, right? So that's definitely something that they can capitalize off. And Franco, speaking of capitalizing, down in the bot side, we do see a potential clash.
We are seeing the numbers growing from both sides, but look at Kimchi, gonna force out the flicker from Eve. So that is a spell down from the mid laner. Ahead of that turtle, right? 20 seconds to go, and now Eve does not have that utility, does not have that spell to kind of reposition if needed in those team fights. That could be a little win condition for Excellent Era up ahead of this first turtle, but it's gonna be a little hard with the members of Huevo now starting to rotate over to maybe potentially secure this. Rito's already hovering and gonna start up the turtles, start up the aggro for the pool.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if we're going to see a contest coming here from the side of Excellent Era, as the Fedrin is still mid, no, so they're definitely engaging here.
And that is all from not having that flicker. You can see the timer was still on it. Franco not able to escape, but here's Arbs now. Has made the rotation over, but they don't really have anything to fight back. A feather airstrike coming a mile away from the tower from far, so trying to keep the members back. A Daytona's welcome, though, is finding Kim's going to be taken out by Rito there. And now Arbs, the only member currently in the mist, is going to have to disengage. There's nothing left to find, as Huevo is trying to put the pressure on, not only in the jungle, but they're on the bot side as well in the tower.
Absolutely, and like I said, Excellent Era, right? I don't think that they have the advantage when it comes to team fights, but looking at some items being picked up here, we do see Eve building in that cooldown reduction, definitely going to help her be able to, you know, provide some more utility. We do see Flora locking in that tough woods, definitely one of those heroes that is not really that dependable, so she definitely needs that damage resilience coming in there from that item, but very passive so far. We do see them poking each other down in the gold lane here, which is definitely, like I said, a win condition for them. Put pressure here.
Speaking of pressure, Kimchi getting forced very low by the Eve, but it's like she's going to recall 20 part memory, though, going to turn Demon into nothing more than a memory, and going to send Ergo right there with him. That's a double kill from the gold laner of Huevo. The tunnel's welcome, looking to pick up Fredrin. Is going to be able to find that kill. Rito's going to take down Kin once again. 4 members down on the bot side. All members taken off the map for Excellent Era here. That is going to be a bot side tower falling into the hands of Huevo nice and early for the eggs.
Absolutely. And they're taking a lot more than that, right? Durza up in the top side, picking up that Bloodless Axe, and then Ree on the Eve, locking in the book for more cooldown reduction, right? So they're definitely scaling into this early game. On the side of Excellent Era, aren't really having any answers, right? This is the second turtle going into the hands of Huevo, uncontested, and I don't know, man. The side of Huevo is definitely, they have something to prove here. Like, it definitely felt personal in that draft, and we're definitely seeing that as well in terms of how they're executing these rotations here. But we are seeing them rotating towards this top side.
Rotating up to the top side, and Demon's already been revealed in there. Look at Huevo, already with that 5-man rotation. They love to group up nice and early, man, and you can see the pressure that they apply when they do so, because they can just force the team fights, right? And like you pointed out, like we said at draft, Excellent Era not very strong at it. It's kind of a mix, right? They have the pick off and a little bit of team fight, but none of it is a very clear indication of what their win condition is. But speaking of what's clearly happening here, mid tower is going to be pushed down. Both mages point out that utility feather airstrike and world manipulation, but the reality of the situation is only one side is filling it, and it's Excellent Era, as Huevo's up 5-0 right now and up a good amount in gold rim.
Absolutely, but we are seeing them responding a little bit, right? King Arts on that as we, speaking of responses though,
we're seeing the 20 part memories coming out from Brody. Killing spree is going to find Ergo, marksman down for the side of Excellent Era, and again, they still cannot find a response in these fights. They can't find a kill, not securing anything, as they are still empty on the scoreboard right now. It's been a Huevo story here, but there's one kill. Farsa does find the kill as well as picking up the clock, but the Praiser's Wrath from Kin, not enough, man. That's 4 members of Huevo mowing him down in that mid-river, but there goes a hook, a flicker, but where's the Bloody Hunt? It doesn't come into play as Rito's going to be able to disappear, but now here comes Arbs, a little rotation in there with the Falling Star Moon. Yukino with the stun, looking to do some damage. 20 part memory, not going to get the job done. Does drop him very low, though. Arbs is going to have to retreat here as Huevo letting the pressure be felt.
Now, you definitely don't want to be using, your utility like that, right? Like Demon, he didn't have the ultimate at his disposal. So going for that fancy flicker hook, while it was a good and impressive play to watch, it didn't have the impactful playoff that we would be expecting for it. But speaking of impacts,
In finding himself in a bad position here. They do force a roll manipulation. He's able to disappear, and now Durza with the Wapu Wapu Brave Fighter stance, the Bloody Hunt, plus the Feather Airstrike. They're trying to take him down, but the sustainability is going to take him a while, and now Huevo has been able to come down here and go for the trade. Detonus Welcome is going to find the kill on Demon. Torn Apart Memory is going to find Ergo there. They are finding the trade. They took one, but they lost two, and not only that, the tier 2 tower here in the bot side is going to be pushed down as well, but they're trying to respond, trying to find something in the mid lane potentially. No, they're not going to push it. They're not going to help the minions take the tower. They definitely had the time there to get it done, but I think the pressure is getting to him. A little wary of Huevo here in the rotation, and even in the top side, they're not going to push and just let the minions kind of die out here. Excellent Air looking a little nervous to make any type of trades and value here up against Huevo, and that's not going to help them when you're on the losing end. You have to find a trade somewhere to kind of slow this down and keep the gold economy close.
Absolutely, because right now they're definitely going to need a GoFundMe setup for them if it keeps going at this rate, right? But looking at these items here, we do see, looking at this out of Huevo, right? Brody locking in that Blade of Despair, and Florin, with that cooldown reduction, definitely going to help her be able to add some more sustainability. But speaking of sustainability, we have some utility coming in from Eve as she secured that Ice Queen wand. But speaking of things being secured,
we did see the real world from Eve going to offer up that zoning, so now they're going to be able to close in on that tier 2 tower here. An Excellent Air is being pushed up against the wall as Huevo is looking to force onto this inhibitor, falling star move from the XP laner of Excellent Air, not going to connect, but an Iron Hook though, something. They find Yukinon, the marksman there in the background, a kill, a very important kill from the side of Excellent Airs. That's going to negate any further push, but it looks like maybe they want more potentially, but you have to be careful. That slow from Eve could potentially turn the fight around, and we're seeing a little bit of action in the mid. Arbs maybe in the mid lane, jumping into the back line. Frey is on the Eve here, but it's getting stunned by the floor, and that's just the utility, man. It's hard to deal with them. There's a lot of kiting potential here and a lot of setup for CC, as the members of Huevo are not going to be forced back. They're not going to be pressured off. And hang on now, Ken looking like a suicide mission for the Lord. Can he get there in time? The Detonus Welcome is going to pick him up, and Rito is going to secure that. A valiant effort, but at what cost is you don't get the Lord, and now you're stuck all alone, and he's going to be taken down. An act of desperation, but I have to tip my hat to it. At this point in the game, when you're at this state, the way the game is currently set up, there's not very much he can do. As long as the rest of the members are alive, they still have a good chance to defend, but they are trying to maybe be able to secure, kind of sending him out on that solo mission to just maybe have a chance of securing them something in this game. But now the table has been set, right? A 4v5 currently, and Lord pushing in the mid.
absolutely. And like I said, I'm looking forward to these team fight compositions. The side of Huevo definitely has everything at their disposal to go in for this clash here.
There's the Real World. Ken's already dropped Logan. He's taken out by Yukinon. Real World doing a good job of zoning. Arbs the Falling Star Moon trying to zone here, but eating a lot of damage. Lord, 3rd HP. They are going to be able to take it down. Muddles trying to provide some damage, but he just doesn't have enough right now to kind of wipe out those members. He did have about 3 or 4 of them connected to the Muddles, but again, the items just aren't there. He's 1-3. It's been a very slow games. They are almost down 10k gold. I think it's around 9k right now, but it's not a good look for the side of Excellent Air.
I will say, well, looking at these items here, right? I want to give the side of Excellent Era some, what they have going for them, right? The Feathered Airstrikes. Farsha does have her 2 core items, right? So that definitely has some burst, but I would like to see, I like actually that I'm seeing a lot of the Dominance eyes being picked up for them, but I will say though that Florin, her passive of that ultimate, once enhanced, it does grant everyone on their team immunity to that heal cutting effect, right? I think that she's gonna build that Oracle now. That's probably gonna help add to the sustainability coming in from those heals there. So I definitely like what I'm seeing so far. I don't know, man. I'm looking at what can be Excellent Era's saving grace right now. If they're able to take out Yukinon again, right, that would not only bait out the Florence ulti, because we all know she will pop that to try to save him, right? But if they're able to successfully pick him off, not only would they have the number advantage, right? But they will also bait out such a huge utility. But speaking of huge utilities,
we see the Iron Hook connect and combine it with that Feather Airstrike on a read, trying to take him down, but they didn't find the kill. And that is so unfortunate because two major ultimates were used there, the Bloody Hunt and the that Feather Airstrike we said, and still not able to find the kill on even the Mage. Not able to find the mark there, and that is so unfortunate because now the Lord is coming up, right? Less than 20 seconds, an enhanced Lord, and with that utility out of the way, it's going to be hard to do, but hang on here. Ken has been spotted out on the map. It looks like Huevo's going to look to cut him off. He has been isolated again here, and they're not going to let him go away. The recall is not going to happen. There comes the slow. Look at Rito. Daytona's welcome, stacking with that real-world manipulation. The rest of the team has been zoned off, and they're going to walk away. They have to sacrifice him one more time. There's no way they can take on a 5v5 or even the 4v4 up against Huevo right now, and that means Lord will be free. It will be uncontested, and that is not good. The mid lane is cracked open for the side of Excellent Air, so that Lord is going to spawn in that mid lane, which means they can sink those side waves and be able to knock down those outside inhibitors very easily with that Lord pressure in the mid, heading straight for the Nexus.
Absolutely, and I think it's a good thing that dinosaurs were extinct, right? Because we see what happens if they're still around. Rito on this barrage definitely wreaking havoc. He has the defense, and we all know he's one of those heroes that once he's allowed to get those items, it's hard to kill him. Plus, paired up with that Florin, who, like I said, built in the Oracle, which is going to add to that sustainability coming in from them. Yve has the Genius one now. She has the damage, and the side of Excellent Era, they don't have a lot of defense on their side. But speaking of defenses,
there's another Daytona's welcome for Rito on Ken. He's going to be taken out again by Yukinon here. It's already a 4v5. Bloody Hunt coming in, but they're going to be able to find the kill. Demon does find Rito here, but it's just the frontliner. The damage dealers are still alive, and you can see that as Yukinon has picked up a double kill. But there goes the flicker hook. They do find the Mage. That is a nice pick right there. You take off a little bit of siege, a little bit of zoning there, but there is still some good damage there from the side of Huevo. But it looks like Excellent Air is going to hang on just a little longer. They're able to find a couple key picks to kind of slow this down, but they are going to lose that inhibitor. The base is almost completely open as mid and top side has been cracked, but they have just a little bit more breathing room, right? Surviving for one more battle, one more push. Are they going to be able to find something, though, to not only survive, but maybe potentially turn this around? Because it doesn't look so well.
Absolutely, but I will give them. They have the Melissa, right? She has that AoE damage, which is definitely going to help them in terms of defending against these lane clears, right? And as long as she positions and she doesn't get caught inside real world manipulations there, she'll definitely be able to dish out these damage. As we've seen, the side of Huevo, right? They're using a lot of major ultimates to take out Ken here on this veteran, right? So knowing that, if they can capitalize off of the fact that Huevo is saying, okay, we don't mind investing so much utility and into this one hero, and it just leaves the team open, right? Because they use everything on to take out that veteran. But if Excellent Era is able to capitalize off of that, it's definitely going to help them be able to defend, because that's a big mistake to me, right? Yes, you have the jungler out, so they wouldn't be able to contest necessarily, but you're taking him out, but you wouldn't have anything to defend if Excellent Era decides, okay, well, we're gonna go on the aggressive side now that you guys don't have anything to respond to us to. So that's definitely something that Excellent Era needs to take note of and capitalize off of it.
I feel like the main issue, though, for them is that it's not really their playstyle. Their playstyle is more the pickoff and more the split push. And right now, they have a combination that doesn't really allow for too many pickoffs. And their split has kind of been nerfed, right? We know Ergo has kind of been that split master, but hang on here. Speaking of split, Ken once again is being zoned and soloed off into another Daytona's welcome. That's like the 4th or 5th time we've seen that happen. And Iron Hook has been put into play, but it's on the wrong target. It was on Rito. But look at the Brave Fighter stance, getting stopped by the Bloody Hunt, but the damage has already been impactful. They have taken out 3 members from the side of Excellent Air, and right now, Huevo is looking to roll on and end this game. The base is open. They do have the waves, and it's only a Franco and it's only a Melissa. There's no way I can see them be able to defend this, but they're gonna go for it anyways. But no, Brody with the flicker, and they're wiped out as soon as the Sims gets out of my mouth. And Huevo's gonna go ahead and take the match from Excellent Era.
Victory!
Man, take the match. They did, right? But speaking of things being taken, really, you want to do the analysis for us?
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made and I
Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I'm on the road, I got the start on my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid-lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's Basic. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm like son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. It's something that's gotta give, cause it's just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. All these bitches were stars, call me sharpie, what they not. And I'll never, ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it
remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Don't just go. You're a man of selling good. Don't just go. You're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it up the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fire in our eyes and then we are strong. Even though we know we're backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the Dawn. Man, oh man, some insane matches so far, but Mama Huevo doing what they do best. The Kingslayers able to snatch off the crown from Excellent Era and prevail to take the throne, and now they're going up against a team I've not seen before, another brand new team in the MLSA. Like I said, lots of new competition is out there, and with competition brings diversity, and I'm expecting to see some surprises in the game going forward. Speaking of today, speaking of these games, we are currently running King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one. Winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Now, a little bit of a look at today's match. We are looking at Huevo go up against Rav Squad. Rav Squad, a brand new team in the MLSA. Huevo, top 32 NA, and a veteran team, also known as the Kingslayers and the current Kings of the Hill. I will be on the play-by-play, and joined on my side for the desk, we have the on-point analyst, El Manny, in the building. How you doing?
What's up, Papa Loppin? It's your boy Manny coming in at the caster's desk once again with your favorite founder, Wheezy of MLSA, doing awesome. Can't wait to be back again. Geez, I'm so excited. I got the jizzers. But so Huevo, last game I was talking so much praise on that. They did a beautiful Lord Snatch. Now I can't wait to see what they do here against Rob Squad. Rob Squad, squad I met the other day, but became friends closely, so I have a stake for both teams. To talk about this draft real quick, I want to point out that Rob Squad banning out the carry, Fredrin, and Glue immediately. Didn't want to deal with any of those great bans. Huevo picking out strange bans here, but they're probably trying to feel for their team. I do want to point out that they have a Hylos, and knowing Durza, he loves going Hylos XP. But Hylos in general is such a strong pick. It slows attack speed. They did so much to him. He's basically like another Fredrin. They also have the Lunox to shred through their beefiness that Route Squad came with Atlas and Hilda. Now, since there's no Diggy pick, and we see Lunar coming in with the great Atlas decks, it would be well in their favor. They have a well-rounded composition. But I do know that Huevo is well known for baiting out ultimates and sets. They love to play that little bit of a sneaky strategy. So my question to you, Weezy, while we get into this early game and see how they play out and how Rob Squad does their rotations, who do you believe won draft?
I'm definitely going with Huevo right now for a couple of reasons, right? You have Lunar on the Atlas. Atlas is going to have a hard time chasing down and getting a set, especially with Cho on the board with the Way of the Dragon. You have a Lunox also going against him with the Brilliance to be able to negate the Fatal Links. And to top it off, Durza on a comfort pick is picking up that Hylos. Now, this is a Hylos going up against that Hilda. It's an interesting matchup you don't see every single day. And in the bottom side, another interesting matchup indeed. We were looking at Obito running the Clint up against Yukinon on this Lunox. But I gotta say, in terms of synergy, I definitely think Huevo has a lot of time on the board and has practiced a lot against especially Atlas comps. And I think this is going to be very dependent on the Fatal Links today. But speaking of dependency, Wu getting a kill. First blood already into the hands of Huevo as down goes Derek Johnson over there on this Valir. And that was Wu on the Bedang who actually picked that up. And now rotating to the bottom side. Possible 2v1 situation. Obito able to get away possibly. But looks like the Chaos Assault almost hit the mark. Not able to connect, though. On the top side, though, potential kill on the way. Hilda rushing in, trying to take out Durza. Able to take a kill indeed, and that is 1 for 1 on the board so far.
Now, I wanted to point out, like I said, Hylos XP, giving that vulnerability and letting Badang coming in with the roam, and he has way better quality CC. So when they picked out for that first blood on Derek Johnson, it was very well played. Like I said, very sneaky play style. Now over here, when Rob Squad countered for the first blood on Hylos, they did a very well job. That jungle coming in to counter a play. Now let's see what they can do here.
Do you see a potential clash on the way? Hilda trying to rush in and possibly get a do some damage. You do see Cho in the bush, able to do a little bit of chip damage himself. Turtle has been reset though, and looks like both teams are going to start trying to go for this objective. Now, something you don't traditionally see, but from time to time it is pulled out is, whoa, wait a minute, is there an airplane in the sky? But speaking of engagements, you do see Badang dropping the wall, is going to try and get a kill. Woo taking down the Atlas, and this is what we were talking about having a hard time getting online. Yukinon getting a kill on to Dairoth. That is the jungler for Rap Squad down as well. Not just the jungler, but the tank. 2-for-none trade, and now looks like this neutral objective will go to the side of Huevo.
That was super well played by Huevo. Made me have so many different facial expressions with how that pulled out. But Dang and Cho working extremely well together, going in with the Cho kick, picking out their back line, and Badang able to set multiple other people, allowing their mid laner free lane on picking them off. Again, we another one.
Yep, do you see the clash? G Kondo with the way the Dragon connecting. Lunox with Chaos Assault, but a Fatal Links for the double set into the turret. Can he get the 2 kills though? This is Lunar rushing in, and now maybe being a little too aggressive. Brilliance activated by Yukinon, trying to burst him down. May switch over to the Chaos Assault and try and burst him down with that shadow damage, but looks like he is going to focus on stripping some of the gold off of this turret. And this is what I like to see. Non-traditional drafts, Yukinon pulling out the Lunox in the gold lane and actually having an easier time against a direct marksman on that Clint.
Oh my gosh, as I was talking about picks, it's been pick after pick by Huevo. That's the play style. I love this draft. I do. I am very passionate about it. Just having a tank on the side lane and having Badang and Cho, who's one of the 2 most brutal fighters that can provide a lot of CC for your team out there doing work.
Well, speaking of doing work, you do see the Ouija Shadow kill onto Obito, but the team stacking up Rap Squad to kind of take the damage together, and that keeps Obito online for that tier 1 turret. But on the top side, still seeing a stalemate between the Hilda and Durza onto this Hylos, and that might be the story all day today. But speaking of story, you do see a searing turret from Derek Johnson to push away Rito, who tried to rush in with the quad at Shadow to do some damage. But wait a minute, Cho being a little fancy with the G Kondo going into the turret to do a little bit of chip damage as well. And this is what Huevo does best, right? They're very flashy, they know where to go, and they're very smart at drafting. And you're gonna see here, especially like we said with Lunar, needing to get online with these Fatal Links, may possibly be pulling it out. But Obito bursting down, Reed down goes Cho. Fight not over those. Luigi Shadow kill going in. Yuki not getting a kill onto the jungler. Takes down Dairoth. Obito getting a kill onto Woo. That is a 1-for-3 trade as TTV gets a kill in the top lane, taking out Durza. Fight not over though, as you do see Obito taking out Yukinon with 2 members of his team to help him. That will be a triple kill into the hands of Obito on this marksman, and has evened up the scoreboard 5-5, and now possibly being able to take this neutral objective. But wait a minute, Rito possibly having other plans, gonna battle over custody for this turtle.
Oh man, this is such a great match. So noticing how Huevo did wonderful on these picks as we were talking about it, Rap Squad come in with beautiful sets. Speaking of sets,
Way the Dragon connecting, finding Lunar out of position again. Just that upscale battle. Down goes the roam for Rap Squad. You do see Lunox getting a kill onto their jungler as well. Down goes Dairoth, and Turtle going into the hands of Rito with the Retribution. Mega kill by Obito. That triple kill marksman able to find a kill onto Wu. Down goes Badang. And looks like both teams deciding to disengage. But while this is happening on the top side, Durza wasting no time. He's going to go ahead and burst down the tier 1 turret in the XP lane.
So as we were talking about sets there, I wanted to point out that Rap Squad was able to counter Huevo's picks and make sure that their backline wasn't exposed before they went in, and getting that Obito with this gold lead now coming back in. Actually, correct that. Yes, he still does. He can come back and carry the team as long as they keep providing peel and cover and don't go behind the picks. I do want to point out though, Lunas is kind of scary. Finishing her second item and having the gold lead by far in the game so far, if they can capitalize on that Lunas pick, she can seriously melt their front line and prevent them from getting the the cover they need for these picks.
You see a lot of engagement on the top side as Rito able to find a couple of kills up there. Yukinon taking down Obito on the 1v1, the mage versus marksman. It looks like the mage is going to prevail today. And definitely impressive considering that Obito is online 4-2 right now. 4 kills, 2 deaths. But Rito making the difference over on the top side. They were able to push in the tier 1 turret.
Now, as we were saying, Obito going back in, getting this gold for his team, making sure that he's going to be online for the mid game. Yukinon taking advantage of the gold she has to melt down that Atlas. But dang with the sets.
You see Badang going in, trying to use the fist crack, unable to hit the mark. Luigi shadow kill on the Atlas, unable to escape with his mobility, and down he goes into the Master Assassin's hands, and also taking the tier 1 turret for the gold lane, but looking at very low HP, and looks like Rap Squad getting a little thirsty. Ouija possibly on the way, but it was just used. That was just a quad shadow for some poke damage. But pay attention to TTV over there on this Hilda. You do see Hylos rotating, realizing that the lane is low. You do see Killing Spree activated by Lunox, taking out Dairoth, finding a way to the jungler again. We're seeing a very hard time for Figure getting online. 0-5-2 for the jungler. Definitely not the place you want to be.
Now, as we were saying, Figure having a struggling time, and that's because of the fact that Huevo was able to capitalize on their picks early and make sure that jungler was sit behind so they can do their routine snowball trick. They love to capitalize on getting the towers done in their rotations. They're going for mid, as we talked about that. Obito going after the Lunox.
Yeah, you do see Obito unable to close it out, though. But speaking of closing out, tier 1 in the mid lane does go into the hands of Huevo. And now the chase with the way the Dragon and the G-Kondo for the set. And Yukinon not going back. Is going to use the Chaos Assault and take him down. And that is a beautiful use of synergy and map awareness. And down goes the marksman slowly, who was online, starting to get off a line, balancing out his kills and deaths. And now, wasting no time, Rito is going to go straight for this Lord. And you don't see Dairoth nowhere in sight to be able to contest it. And nor can he with the amount of difference in gold right now, about 6K, and also leading in kills. Rito having an excellent game, 4-0-3.
So as we were talking about that, Rob Squad falling behind, Huevo capitalizing this, choking on the aggression, making sure that they took advantage of Obito's tunnel vision there when he came down for the gank. Huevo's very nefarious on very sneaky tactics like these. They love to get picks, and you can't underestimate them. They have superior map vision when it comes to these. Speaking of,
you see Wu getting a kill onto Obito, having a hard time now, picking up another death. Definitely not being able to work the best in the favor for the gold lane of Rap Squad. You do see a concealed play to escape. Waste of utility from Rap Squad as well, and just giving Huevo an even more of an advantage. Now looking at the Lord and making his way down the mid lane, and now lanes are synced. Huevo is going to go for a push to take some of these inhibitors, but wait a minute, Ouija Shadow Kill combined with Durza taking the damage on this Hylos is going to find a kill on to this Hilda.
Now as Huevo's coming in to close out with more picks in the game, Rap Squad needs to come together and try to play around their tank and not get picked, but it's just too late. The goal difference is too much.
You see 3 members off the board already. G-Kondo with the way the Dragon connecting, and then Lunox again with that dynamic duo combo is going to find a kill, and that is Figure Derek Johnson out of the board, but Lord Wrath spawning in. Lord has fallen for Rap Squad, able to defend that off, but down to their last 2 inhibitors, and looks like wasting no time is going to make that 1 inhibitor, as they're having the time of their lives in terms of real estate right now. And now down on the back end with 1 inhibitor to defend them, can Rap Squad hang in there and possibly turn this game around?
Rap Squad, this is where the time to shine it is, the mid game. If they can hold out here, they can come back. Obito can come back, come online. That's their key player. Huevo can make a mistake because they're nefarious for these picks, but if you deny them the picks, I believe their team fights can make a comeback. But they can't go for this next Lord. If they try to go for this Lord and get baited out, because that's what Huevo's known for, is try to get them their hopes and dreams and snatch it away, their best bet is to turtle in base. Now, as we come talking about that, they should, however, keep in mind that these waves need to be pushed towards them. So as they push and get this income, they can make a comeback from this 8K difference. And looking at these items, Obito is their best hope for gold, as Lunox taking a sheer advantage and able to penetrate right through their front line with the amount of gold lead they have. I do want to point out that Badang, even though he is the roam, is going damage to secure more damage for them and get these picks in, as Cho, who is the one who is tanking for them. as well as Hylos, can secure the majority of the damage through the team fights. Speaking of team fights.
You see Ouija Shadow Kill possibly on the way. Just having a really good time for Huevo right now. And Rap Squad need to have a game plan if they want to hang in there. Playing a little safe, waiting for Huevo to make a mistake. But right now, we just haven't seen that story in any of the matches so far. The Kingslayer is definitely online. You do see Lord in effect, and now Lord has been enhanced. And this is exactly what Huevo wants to kind of close this out. You do see the heavy contest and vision provided over there by Wu and Ree. And not really two heroes you want to rush into, as Ree has been online with these the way the Dragons and G Kundos, and he's definitely been a force for these sets, especially when Yukinon is next to him, to able to make the most of it. And now with the Luminous Lord at their favor, only one inhibitor to defend for the side of Rap Squad. The question is, what will prevail out of this engagement on the way with the push that Huevo is about to do?
No, as I said, this is the key moment where it's time to shine. Lunar can make a set and make sure that they can provide for their team. Huevo, keeping in mind, notorious for their picks. They're just going to bait them out. Don't fall for it. They want to get you to hesitate. Do not hesitate, Rap Squad. You can make this happen if you hold out. However, Huevo, taking time, letting the Lord sink waves, make sure that they can close out of the game, make sure that these waves that aren't synced and they can't close. That's the best way they can hold out here.
Definitely needing to hold out indeed, as Lord slowly making his way into the base of Rap Squad, and lanes have been synced. Looks like that inhibitor is going to fall as well. And here goes that heavy engagement going down. Quad Shadow rushing in. Hilda getting a kill onto Ree with the overextension. Luigi Shadow Kill going in though, almost finding some kills. Yuki not able to answer with the Chaos Assault, getting a double kill, taking out Lunar, taking out Obito, and down goes the Nexus into the hands of Huevo. And ladies and gentlemen, they have done it again. They have taken a third game and remain the kings of the hill.
GG's to both teams. Wonderfully played by Huevo. They were capitalizing and choking out the aggression. They had Badang and Cho Rome. What a deadly combo. Just having their tank top and being in the team fights to soak the damage, letting Cho and Badang going in for the picks. Now, like I said, Badang having damage, he just was able to roam free and able to capitalize the damage with their Lunas, who is MVP, taking all of the gold, able to capitalize on shredding their front lines so their jungler can clean up the back line. Wonderfully played overall. Rob Squad, wonderful debut. You showed what you had. They had great synergy coming back from these picks. Unfortunately, Huevo took the crown.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Not unfortunately. You can't say that. But, yeah, it was a beautiful game indeed from both sides. I think, like you said, with the Rap Squad, just need a little bit better synergy and a little bit better drafting. I was impressed by Huevo with the Lunox pick in the gold lane. Not something you typically see. That's more of that C meta. We've seen a Lunox actually pulled in to the jungle to take out our home team for M4, you know, over there by Onyx. So I love seeing the diversity and the way North America is growing. And GG's over to the side of Huevo to remain on that crown. That is 2 wins in a row. They are going to be going toward their third game, and they are going up against a team who's first time competing in the MLSA, and not just any team. This is a team that I'm spearheading myself, Team FaZe, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table as another brand new team for the MLSA, and they are ready to go. So I think this is going to be match 8. Lots of insane stacked up games today and a lot of twists and turns through the land of the dawn, and it is not over yet. The question is, can the Kingslayers hold on to the crown, or will Team FaZe, out of nowhere, first time competing, be able to snatch it off of their heads? Find out here shortly for Game 8.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked But they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, All these pieces for the stars, promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up, turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up. We gon' turn it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are on Game 8. That's right, we have opened up the doors for Season 2 of the MLSA, and lots of new teams are competing with a lot of diversity to bring to the table, and I'm loving what we are seeing so far. Today, we are hosting King of the Hill, and the rules are simple. First come, first serve, best of one, winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, a little bit of a look at what we are going up against for match 8. Team FaZe, a team that I am personally coaching in my actual squad. First time competing in the MLSA, going up, and actually one of the first times running as a full 5-man without me. Second time, in fact, going up against Team Huevo. You've seen how well they performed, the current Kings of the Hill with 2 wins under their belt, and the question is, can they take their third? We are joined on the desk by 2 amazing analysts. We have on the play-by-play, Coach Deku, do you even breathe? Joined by the on-point analyst, El Manny. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good, man. Very excited to see this, and for some reason that you already listed, right? Your new team, man, that you've been coaching, very brand new. Like I said, a little 5-man experience. One of the few times they're going to be running without you, so this is going to be very exciting to see what you've been working on over there with Team FaZe. And not only we're going to get to see Team FaZe, but getting to see Team Huevo again, one of our veterans in the MLSA. So a great test for them in their first outing tonight in King of the Hill.
Now, what's poppin'? It's Manny again, coming in here. Thanks, Deku, for that analysis. Seeing that you want to see that FaZe is out here as a newcomer, Weezy's new baby, and Huevo out here, the veterans, coming in, showing why they deserve to be out here as crowned kings. Coming in, making plays, snatching hopes and dreams. So now, are they going to snap the hopes and dreams of Team FaZe? I want to believe not, because I want to see what Team FaZe has. They have good players. They have good synchronicity from what I've seen outside. But let's talk about the draft. Before we see their gameplay, they have Grok, Martise, and Joyban, typical bands. I'd love to see it. Glue and Carry, always gone, and the Atlas. So we're seeing a lot of Atlas users tonight. So denying that right away is allowing some variety in these matches, right? So they went with the traditional Fredrin, but seeing here, Fredrin with Lolita has been an infamous pick with all the sets you can do. On top of that, with the Yiv zone, it's going to be extremely brutal from those picks alone. Now, to answer that, they went with a Lapu Lapu. We've seen Lapu Lapu dominate XP lane, right? So that'll be a great pick if they can capitalize that properly. Having a Wan, super great marksman if they get that out. And the Valentina pick to copy the set. And that right there is the game changer if they can properly execute it. So both sides have a wonderful draft now. Their last 2 bans seem to be Clint and Ling. So they're denying the jungler and the last marksman pick. So I think that's smart in its own. They have the Wan. They don't want the Clint to burst her down. Brody would have been another pick there to not have her get bursted down by, right? So see, here we're got to see 2 junglers, and we're going to see what Huevo answers. What do you think is the winner of this draft, Deku, so far?
So far, I have to say, only because I know the specific playstyle of Huevo, I like their draft better so far. They have the components that they like to have, right? They have some good front line, they have good CC control, and they have that high ground mage and EU, which they have been using in these matches consistently tonight. There is a Valentina, right, from the side of FaZe to maybe steal one of those ultimates, whether that be the Numian Blast, whether that be the real world manipulation. But there are some things in play that I would like to see come in from FaZe. They need something to kind of match up. It looks like they also want to go for team fight. But if that is the case, they're going to need a little more to deal with the side of Huevo, who has quite a bit of utility right now to kind of go up against them. And we're seeing the Akai and the Kaja. Those definitely would be some pretty good picks right there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Kaja is going to be locked in, and I think the Akai will be finalized. Now I'm feeling like this is a little more even, right? Now I'm seeing that utility and some of that front line come into play. I feel like now there's some good potential here from the side of FaZe to go up against the Huevo, who has, like we said, the majority of their composition aligned for what they like to do. And now FaZe has made their final picks and their response to what's going on over there on the red side.
Now, as we noticed, the utility, those 2 last picks were wonderful answers there to capitalize on the fact that Huevo has such good zonage and set potential. Now, as we see here, there's a try to pick on who their jungle is going to be. This is where it's going to be either going to be a game changer or provide another view of how their overall composition of how we're seeing it play out. Hilda, interesting. Oh, Fredrin jungle. My apologies. I always forget because since he's such a tanky user, I'm still not used to the tank meta. unfortunately, as that is. But as we see here, I think Team FaZe has a strong draft. If they're able to pick out the Yiv with that Kaja, or even their Beatrix, that'd be, I think, actually no, Yiv. If without their mage, they won't be able to properly get the Fredrin and Lolita off, but Beatrix is still a threat. But they have the Akai there, right? So they, again, Akai can disrupt all CC. So that'll be wonderful to see if they can be utilized right in these team fights. I love both drafts so far, but again, we have yet to see how Team FaZe plays. So let's see if they can survive Huevo's notorious early game.
Absolutely. And I mean, we've seen a little bit, right, of FaZe, some of these players. For those of you that don't know, right, the marksman for the side of FaZe, that is Alfred, aka Deez, the former marksman for OTS, and recently the marksman for Excellent Air. He has been around for a little bit. We have seen him in that gold lane, but not only that, Proxy as well, a member from the original OTS squad alongside Deez. And then we're not going to stop just there. King on that Lapu Lapu. That is actually Azumi from that roster that we all knew and loved, Nefarious. So a couple names out there on FaZe to be able to make some plays, and they have some newcomers right on that run in that jungle, some new faces to the scene. As a whole, I'm very excited to see those pickups that Steph Weezy has slotted in for his FaZe roster. So we definitely do have some people on both teams, right, that we know, and this will be very interesting to see how they're going to match up in this first showcasing for FaZe.
Speaking of, as we've seen, notorious names that you've named so far, and that being said, the early game is still a threat because of these picks, but FaZe able to capitalize and not make any dangerous picks, try to trade and make sure. But as we talk about trading, Marksman getting dangerously close to getting set and feeding first blood here. What do you think is going to happen?
Right now, trying to keep that 1-1 away. Did a good job there dancing it around to negate that gank. It was looking a little dangerous, like you were saying, but Deez making some good movements there on that gank to avoid dying. And I really feel like it's going to come a large play with him. But speaking of plays, heavy spin. Gank on the XP from Kyle, the jungler from FaZe. An unusual play. I think you kind of can say he kind of beat the default, right? You normally would go to that gold lane for that first gank, but FaZe opting in for that XP gank there, and while you typically wouldn't go for that, they did make that profitable, and that is a great pickoff ahead of this turtle for the side of FaZe. So some good plays already that we're seeing from this new roster.
Now, as we see Team FaZe going in for that pick, and as we talk about picks, Huevo going in for this pick of their own on their jungler. As we see that nothing happened with their jungler, they're setting up for the team. And now, as we talk about, level 4 is key for these team fights here. Can they capitalize on getting this turtle, as we see both members trying to get picks off? And no success on the turtle so far, just zonage and Huevo and Team FaZe going at it.
Yep, and we're seeing a little bit of the action, right? Eve trying to zone. There goes Rito with the 2-man energy eruption there. Some good taunt now. Durza looking to maybe find Proxy here. Is going to find one kill, Divine Judgment, but a little too late. Kyle trying to contest for the turn, but is not going to pick it up and falls into the hands of Eve there. Members from FaZe falling off, but there goes Azumi, King, valiant effort to try to even it up just a little bit. Finds a kill in response on Wu there. Still even in between these two teams, but first objective falling into the hands of Huevo.
Now, as we talked about, the zone is right there. You're able to pull that out and capitalize on securing the turtle for their team. And now looking at these items, Beatrix was able to fight and get 1-1 low enough so that she can get secure this farm and that golden crab. Now the gold lead is pretty substantial. If that Beatrix gets online, it'll be a huge wrap if they're able to close this tower out. As we talk about that, Huevo going in with the pick on the Lapu Lapu, securing the revenge kill from the earlier pick. As we see that, the rotation's happening as they go for mid lane, trying to secure the Letho so that they can get presence on and vision on their jungler.
Absolutely. And speaking of vision, a little bit of insight here, right? I'm feeling like from the side of FaZe, a lot of this is going to come into the hands of Proxy's ability to utilize those ultimates from the side of Huevo. But not just that, if these can actually profit on this Wan. We've seen him pick it before. He has had some issues with it recently, but hang on here. Numium Blast flicker in onto Ree. Headbutt coming in from Makai with a heavy spin. They are going to pick off that mage. And you talked about this earlier, right, Manny? Being able to secure those picks on Ree is going to be a very strong focal point if they can go ahead and deny the capabilities coming in from the mid laner from Huevo. Speaking of deny here, in the bot side, King being pressured by Durza, but here's a little bit of assistance. He's able to escape. Will Kaja be able to take down Durza? No, but he is able to secure a disengage for King on the Lapu Lapu. Did not get picked off there in the bot side. Actually going to make Durza force on the recall. We're just going to let them push onto this tower maybe a little bit. No, even Durza's not going to recall. Both of these XP laners very low, but not looking to give an inch here in that bot side. But speaking of sides, in the top, Wu trying to keep this D's here, trying to keep him in check here on the 1-1, trying to pressure the gold lane, but he's doing a pretty good job of trying to manage that lane. He is all alone right now. That has to be accounted for, and I think Huevo knows this. They're going to go ahead and cut the wave here and maybe set up some plays in this top side. They do have a wave pushing, but speaking of things pushing, heavy spin not going to be able to get it done, not going to be able to find that turtle, going to lose it out to the side of Huevo, and now on the top side, we're seeing what we already pointed out from the cut, allowing for that tower push. That's two major objectives falling into the hands of Huevo. FaZe is going to have to find a way to kind of respond, and we can see them put a little bit of damage in that mid lane tower. But here comes Rita with the energy eruption, but hang on, Numium Blast from the bush is going to connect. It's going to find Proxy. That's a mid laner down from FaZe, and now the 4-man rotation from Huevo is in play. They are looking to take down this mid tower, and we've seen it happen time and time again, how they like to make these plays. And speaking of plays, real world manipulation, they're trying to make that divine judgment come and find Ree, but there's no follow-up. There's no one there to secure that kill, as they are going to lose that mid tower. But we did see, right, Azumi, they're able to find a trade on the bot side. So FaZe trying to do what they can, keep this close. It's only 1K right now, or 2K almost, as far as the gold gap.
Now, as we talk about the gold gap, seeing there's so much transition between Huevo, able to capitalize a snowball alpha pick and utilize that to get the mid tower. Now they have roam presence on either side. Now, as we noticed earlier, King and Durza going at it, Titans in the lane. Now, as they secured the tower top lane, they were forced to swap lanes. So let's see what happens as they get the pick on this 1-1.
And right now, it's not looking too good for the 1-1 here. Real world manipulation going to force something back. Going to find the stun, though, on this Hilda. Not there to unlock the crossbow, though. Here comes Proxy, still in that little Lita ult. Will he go for a plague and a dash back? They are going to lose that tower. Doesn't like they're going to go for anything here. They got to keep an eye on this Huevo team, and you can see King trying to do a good job, right? They're trying to keep that pressure on these lanes. He took bot side, now trying to handle that top side tower, but Huevo able to manage to get there in time, and now setting up for that turtle.
Now, as we looked at earlier, when they secured the gold lane, Yukinon super ahead in gold, right? She had her items online. She had her BOD. Now, if Huevo capitalizes on keeping their marksman alive, even if their Eve goes down, it's going to be a wrap for these picks.
But speaking of wraps here, engage from FaZe has been countered by the side of Huevo and Numium Blast to stop the stampede, and now they're starting to get taken off, picked off one by one. That's 2 members down from the side of FaZe, and they're making to make it 3. They do find the third, a 4th one almost. Renner Empathy, nasty work coming in from the gold laner of Huevos. They're going to pick up Kaja there. That's 4 members down from the side of FaZe, and Huevo looking to claim not only that mid tower, but the turtle, and FaZe is going to have to find a way to stop this. Huevo is starting to get on a roll, and that's not what you want. Once they find the mark, you know Huevo doesn't like to let the pressure off.
Now, as we're talking about pressure, they were able to complete snowball. Yukinon coming in with those VIP plays, got the Renner Empathy off, destroyed that pick, and able to capitalize on getting the rotations. And speaking of rotations, the fail.
Ooh, man, another engage is going to get countered by the 2-man flicker, Numium Blast, and now real world manipulation of return Numium Blast from Proxy, but it's not going to find anybody as the members are being picked off again. One has already been taken out. Flicker forced out on King on this Lapu Lapu. He's all alone. No one with him. A king without a kingdom is nothing more than a mere mortal, as they are going to go ahead and take him down. Huevo finding the picks right now up against FaZe.
Now, as we talk about Huevo's infamous for these picks, as we saw, they're really good at these rotations. Once they got a snowball in the lead, it's really hard to shut down. Looking at this gold lead right now, 4K, 3K difference, and at these items, seeing Beatrix, again, 7K gold, having her Malefic Roar and BOD as super huge. Now, as we saw, Fredrin, super tanky. You have Ice Queen Juan, able to provide more utility on top of the utility that Huevo already has.
Oh man, and we've seen the Wanwan fall there a little too trigger happy, not being aware that there was more members in that bush, being a little too greedy to unlock that crossbow tang, and a disaster for the side of FaZe as their marksman is down right now. A fight could be forced by Huevo at any moment if they want to with that number advantage. And again, with the marksman down, that's a lot of the damage taken out from the side of FaZe. And I just don't know, right? The composition wasn't bad, but the play style of it, the execution is where the issue is. And we kind of pointed that out, right, about Proxy and these here going to be able to perform on these picks. Proxy's been having a little bit of a hard time. He's been taking that Numium Blast and hasn't really made too much happen besides that kill, that one kill earlier in the match on Ree. But speaking of kills here, Rito looking a little hungry. Energy Eruption going to find King here, setting him inside the real world. Numium Blast as well. It's a lot of utility used for just the XP laner of FaZe, but a kill nonetheless secured by the side of Huevo here. And ahead of that Lord, that's all you need is one member down to go ahead and start this big objective.
Now, as we saw, team fights right there. Beautiful pick, and Proxy needs to capitalize on getting these counter sets, because that's what's getting them, is that Huevo's constantly getting these sets, and their marksman's already online. He was able to provide more utility with her slows. With Ice Queen 1, it's devastating because it allows all the time that Fredra needs to peel for the Beatrix. Now, let's keep in mind, Durza is also going high and dry. 4-1, able to capitalize and be able to get more picks off. It's been a tough time for FaZe, but let's not count them out because they can't come back. We're approaching that mid game. Speaking of the mid game, we're getting a team fight as the Lord comes down.
Ooh, they're trying to find Ree here. The flicker has been forced. The marksman able to find a kill now. Still dancing around the Wanwan, but Beatrix is going to find the kill on Lapu now, trying to find Jumo on this Kaja. But they're going to go ahead and force their attention over to the Lord now. A 1-for-1 trade, not too bad for the members of FaZe. They lost an XP, but they took the mid from Huevo there. And I have to say, hang on here, Numium Blast from Proxy. Able to find Lolita, not able to find Arito again. Those Numium Blasts haven't been exactly what they need. A Renner Empathy going wide right from the side of Huguenot, not going to connect. They're looking to defend this mid. The tower defense passive has been popped in the favor of Huevo here, as they now are going to go ahead and disengage.
Now, as we were talking about, providing that utility, you had your utility off, but it wasn't at the right timing. You guys need to turtle up. That's what would happen here. Huevo's baiting you out with picks, and that's what they're good for. Once they come in with the snowballs, they love to have you come out and waste your ults so that they can come in and finish with these team fights, right? So again, they're setting up for the picks, trying to get someone to come out here so they can end the game. That's what Huevo loves to do. Team FaZe needs to go with how the 12-minute lore is going to happen. They need a turtle. They need to get the gold advantage more even, at least a few K gold up, so that way Wanwan can get online, and we can't count them out, right? Look at Wanwan, 2-1, not in a bad position. If they just need the opportunity to get her online, it'd be beautiful.
And I feel like it hasn't been talked about enough, but hang on here. Numium Blast charging up from the bush. Not going to connect at all, but there goes the real world. And Durza charging in is going to find the Wanwan there, picking him up, but hang on. A two-man heavy spin from the Akai. They're going to find the Beatrix, and not only the Beatrix, they're going to take down Durza as well. So the trade goes into the favor of FaZe, but they did lose their marksman as well in that. But that's a good trade there for the side of FaZe. That's exactly what you need. Those small wins could lead to a potential comeback, a potential victory. You just got to take it piece by piece. It's just like a puzzle, right? You got to make all those pieces align just right to go ahead and secure that comeback. But bring the thing secure here, Manny. I feel like we haven't talked about it enough, right? From the side of FaZe, this Valentina pick, you said it has been kind of underperforming with that Numium Blast, but hang on here. Proxy trying to return with that real world manipulation, the IMU, but a Numium Blast again, the counter engage that we've been seeing from Huevo, gonna set the members, but the fight's still going on. Appraiser's Wrath dropping, doing a lot of damage. Crossbow tank has been unlocked. Not gonna be able to find the kill, but is gonna force the back, gonna force them to disengage, and now a return real world manipulation, but not gonna find a much marriage. Ree's gonna go ahead and cancel that early. But speaking of cancel, in the middle of that, a little bit of a breakdown there, that Valentina, I feel like they need to go with that real world manipulation still. I feel like Proxy needs to prioritize that, but speaking of prioritize, can still play coming in, has already been exposed. Akai looking in the background, you see the heavy spin, but there's no one to follow up as Appraiser Wrath and Numium Blast is coming down on Kaja here. The backline from the side of FaZe is being targeted. Akai is now being taken out, a double kill into the hands of Beatrix, and that's just a bad formation from the side of FaZe. They split themselves up in that fight and allowed Huevo to find the angle to be able to take off some of those picks, and not only the picks, now the Lord is going to fall into their hands, and that's an enhanced Lord right now as we are crossing over into the 14-minute mark.
Now, as we talked about, you were talking about real world manipulation. It's exactly the key that they need from their mage to get across. Now, I thought the solution was the sets, but you're right. Yiv provides all the slows that they capably need so that way they can get the picks. Speaking of picks,
we're seeing these again be greedy for that crossbow tang, and he's gonna fall to the hands of Huevo. Beatrice gonna take him down, man, and that's Brave Fighter stance incident from Lapu trying to go ahead and disengage, but Proxy's gonna be forced to flicker, but at what cost? He's not gonna be able to disengage. Heavy spin, but a little too late. He's already fallen to the hands of Huevo. That's 2 members down, and we can't forget, that's an enhanced Lord on the bot side. With only 3 members left on the side of FaZe up against the 4-man frontal power of Huevo. This could spell disaster for them, as they're gonna have to try to defend 3 lanes at one time with only 3 members. This is almost nearly impossible, as Lord's gonna charge into that bot side tower. The mid inhibitor is already fallen. Bot is gonna fall shortly after. Divine Judgment coming into play, but it's on the Lolita with the immortality. Here comes the re-engage. 3-man flicker, Nubian Blast is gonna lead to the Nexus being taken down by the side of Huevo.
GG's Huevo and FaZe, as we talked about, the real manipulation would have been key to get the slows off so we can get 1-1 off to see Team FaZe come back in these team fights. But once again, Huevo proving why they're the Kingslayers, keeping the crown, able to utilize and take any mistakes and capitalize them, choking out the marksman, making sure that they provide good peel, they have the proper zonage, and the nefarious picks is just too much for every team they've been facing. Looking at these stats here, you can see that Team FaZe did a very wonderful job rotating. They had great team fight participation. Oh, my bad. My apologies. Team Huevo had it backwards. Best team fight participation they had the best rotations, out-rotated Team FaZe with their low team participation. But Izumi out here bodying kids. They were able to get him off. If they were able to, I just feel sad, honestly, Deku. If they were able to capitalize on their strengths of their champions, they would have been able to perform better. But they were just out-rotated and out-farmed, and that's what it came down to.
That is all she wrote for those 2 teams. A little tear in my eye for Team FaZe. First time competing in the MLSA, but it was a good game. Definitely see some potential. Huevo gods out there just climbing the ladder. Already 3 wins under their belt. The Kingslayers just paving their way to the throne, and looks like a lot of teams are having a hard time going up against them. But we do have another team to close out the day, match 9, and we are going to be looking at Ohana Esports trying to claim the crown. So definitely don't go nowhere. Go ahead and roll your shoulders a little bit and maybe review last game and take some sniper tips on that godly Beatrix, as we are going to be embarking into a game 9.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
definitely they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley. It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. Reaching for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is.
I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest, don't you know? You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
So turn it up all the way up.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more. Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season, and I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist, because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and we are on match 10. This is a record for the King of the Hill almost. I want to say it might actually be. And we are seeing two amazing teams already prepared in the land of the Dawn. And King of the Hill, rules are simple. First come, first serve. Best of one winning team stays on every Monday and Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Currently, we're seeing Huevo, the Kings of the Hill, go up against Ohana Esports, currently taking down FaZe and so many other teams. And now the draft is finalized. And speaking of the draft, I'm joined on the desk by the one, the only Coach Deku. Do you even breathe on the On Point analyst? And I will also be doing the play-by-play to lead the way. So definitely buckle up, get ready, because there's going to be a lot of turbulence on the way toward the land of the Dawn. But as we settle in and these teams do lock in and touch ground, we got an amazing match ahead of us to complete day one of week 1 of season 2 for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. How you doing today, Deku?
I'm doing great, man, and I feel like we haven't had a moment to really, go through and process these teams. There's been so much action, so much back and forth in between them, and I don't know. I feel like as we are heading into the final match of the night, this was a great showcasing of all of these teams, man. I don't think we've had a better night of competitiveness in between these teams. We definitely took a step up from season 1 heading into season 2. But speaking of stepping into things, we are in battle between Ohana Esports and Huevo. There's already a first blood on the map here, Wheezy.
And that is the power of Fanny at its finest, only really needing the blue buff to get online. And that is exactly what we just seen, right? Actually, no, Fanny didn't even have blue buff. Blue buff went to Granger. This is a Fanny in the mid lane. Now, this is something you don't see typically at all, and able to get the first blood on top of that. Definitely an interesting match indeed. But wait a minute, Fanny going in again. Gonna go ahead and use those steel cables, and man, oh man! Ree looking like Spider-Man out there.
Definitely is, and nothing friendly about him, though, in the neighborhood. Because right now, we're seeing you into the top side, pressure being applied. Oh, here it comes, the steel cables.
Look at Jay with 1 HP. I wonder if Ree's gonna go for it, as he, it might be a one-way ticket if he does, but oh my goodness! Down goes Jay! Ree is on fire, the mid lane Fanny. Who would have thought we would have seen it? Especially to close out the day, and already 2 kills on the board. This is a mid lane Fanny, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't think the side of Ohana was prepared for this. I don't think most teams are normally prepared for the drafts of Huevo. This is a full assault here. So much aggression. That's a Lilia, that's a Hilda, a Fanny, a Granger, and a Edith, man. They are full-blown early damage here. They are looking to close this out nice and early. Speaking of damage,
Do you see a possible clash on the way? Destinata by Granger. Durza getting a kill on to the Lapu Lapu on the bottom side of 1 versus 1. Wu getting a kill, taking out the Akai. 2 members down for the side of Ohana Esports, which is going to open up this turtle. But wait, Jay with a possible backdoor retribution, and now in a bad situation. No, Ree able to get a kill on the Lunox. Jay able to get the backdoor retry though, and my goodness, he's able to escape. What a play by Ohana! But still 0-5, and it looks like Durza said, you take my turtle. Well, guess what? I'm gonna take your life. And down he goes. But impressive nonetheless, running up against 3 members with a backdoor retribution and almost escaping. Definitely had the eyes on the prize, but a little too late, and definitely not where you want to be for the side of Ohana right now. 6-0, Huevo taking the lead in kills.
But keep an eye on this here, Wheezy.
You do see heavy spin by Kai, getting a pin onto Ree on the wall, and down he goes into the hands of Jay on this Brody. Look at Wu, caught out of place as well. Do they get a double kill? The Kai with a little bit of a stun. Knock up by the Edith, but down he goes. But wait a minute, Gloom going in, almost catching a Kosi. 1 HP. You do see the Black Shoes activated, 1v1 in the bush. Jay versus Ashley. You see a mage versus a mage. Destinata joining the fight with Yukinon over there on this Granger, but unable to hit the mark. Looking on the bottom side, though. Looking like possible recall, and Durza being very comfortable on this Hilda. But we got to talk about it, man. How do you feel about this mid lane Fanny so far, Deku?
I mean, it's just one of those things where it's a Fanny, right? No matter where you put it, as long as the user is actually skilled on Fanny, it's just going to profit. And that's what we're seeing, right? We're not unaccustomed to seeing rerun the Fanny. We've seen them run Fanny, things like Gusion, right? And able to perform on those assassins. So it's just one of those things. Like, you know, you can put it anywhere. As long as you know how to play Fanny, Fanny's just going to do Fanny things. But speaking of things happening right now.
2v1 situation now to a 3v1. Durza getting the burst, taking down Jay, and that is Fredrin, the jungler, for the side of Ohana Esports off of the board. But wait a minute, Durza going ahead and proxying this lane. He's not even worried about Huevo on this Lapu Lapu. He's going to use the Raging Slash to clear the minions as well, but does he know there's two members inside of the bush? No, he doesn't. Justice Blade's going out, but now he does spot out 3 members of Huevo on the prowl, and looks like he is not going to take that fight any longer or overextend. But in the top side, looking at Jay, about half HP, Turtle spawned in, and the question is who will take this objective, as Jay already pulling the aggro for the side of Ohana.
Is pulling the aggro right now. Huevo up almost 2k gold, so they definitely have a good position here for this Turtle.
You see the heavy spin by Kai. Yukinon able to get the retribution. Turtle goes to the side of Huevo. Re getting a kill onto Jay. Wu getting a kill onto Jay as well. My goodness. Jay, there's so many J's in here. Jay getting a kill as well. We got J-A-Y-Y and J-E-Y-Y. But as the game progresses, you are seeing Huevo kind of take the lead 9-3 right now. Able to take that neutral objective with that retribution. You do see Lapu Lapu getting a kill on to the Edith as well in a little bit of a slight engagement. And now Ohana trying to make the most of the situation. Gonna go ahead and try and clear some of these lanes. I gotta say, 9-4 right now. Gotta be careful. Ree already paving the way in the early game, and we know how deadly a Fanny can be. And not even with the blue buff able to pull all of this off is very impressive. But speaking of impressive, still Cables at its finest. Possible cutthroat on the way. Forcing the flicker, Desanada! One able to hit, but not the other two, and he's able to get away with 1 HP. But Akai with the heavy spin, trying to negate them from taking the tier 1 turret. Knock up by Edith. Successful. Coach taking some serious damage, maybe bursted down, able to get away again. These 1 HP escapes by Ohana, very impressive. But fight still going on. 3v1 situation. Knock up onto Jay. You do see Yukinon picking up that kill with the Granger, making the most out of that set. Durza able to get a kill onto Lapu Lapu, combined with Ree on this Fanny over on the bottom side, and they're just slowly stacking up these kills against Ohana.
They definitely are, as they do find a first tower, the mid tower, down in the 6-minute mark. Speaking of the 6-minute mark, let's take a look at the items right now, right? Granger already with that Hunter Strike. It's looking like he's going to start working towards that Malefic Roar as well. Fanny has unlocked, and so has Hilda that helped the seize. And now we are seeing a little engage down on the bot side, though.
You see a heavy spin. Durza getting a kill onto Lunox, and seeing like Karo's going to respond, taking out Durza. 1-for-1 trade. Desanada by Yukinon, but 2 members chasing him down. Retribution has been used on him as well. A lot of utility, but Yukinon able to escape it on the top side. You do see Ashley, and then pushing in the tier 1 turret for the top lane, and claiming a lot of real estate for the side of Huevo right now.
Absolutely. And speaking of escape, Wheezy, I can't let this one go by my eye here. Not only is that mid laner from the side of Huevo, I believe, a little new. I don't think I've ever seen this mid laner for them. Looks like a new pickup. Speaking of things that have been picked up, this Lilia actually has Clock and Trunch. Speaking of Trunch, though, they do combine to go ahead and take down that kill on Fredrin. But yeah, if you look at those items, that Lilia does have the Clock of Destiny and Lightning Trunch.
Oop.
A little bit of pause in the action there. Maybe a little technical difficulty there.
Nope.
Yeah,
I'm gonna restart it. That was actually my bad.
It just sounded a little strange, though, if you do look at that.
Yeah, looking at the items so far, yeah, definitely. You see Huevo online already,
see that, right?
what are we looking at?
You see that. The Lilia there, it has the Clock of Destiny and that Lightning Truncheon. We normally see, like, you know, the Enchanted Talisman, the Ice Ball.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is interesting. Jay getting a kill on a Reed, though. You do see Huevo getting very overly aggressive, and now that you mentioned Ashley with this interesting build, not even really phasing them. That just shows you how comfortable the side of Huevo is. Doesn't even matter what items are slotting right now. They're making the impossible possible, but you are seeing Akoshi with the heavy spin, trying to get a pin on the wall, but Ashley quickly penalizing him down with the power of Gloom on this Lilia, but torn apart memories, finding a way to Wu. It's going to take him down, and that is Jay, the J with the J-E, picking up a kill for the side of Ohana Esports. 7-17 on the board, still in a deficit right now. But looking on the bottom side, Durza getting hit with the Bravest Fighter and the Raging Slash, barely taking any damage on this beefy Hilda.
right? And I mean, we're kind of seeing Huevo kind of run away with this, like you said, right? They're up 4K gold right now. Clearly have a lot of the map control, 3 towers as opposed to the 0 in the hands of Ohana. But I don't want to harp too much on Ohana in a negative way. I feel like they have made a couple steps in the right direction, right? In Season 1, we've seen them kind of be out here. They underperformed in most of their matches, but there have been a couple moments of brilliance, right? We've seen Jay, this Fredrin jungler, who is currently kind of getting caught out here, you know, with that backdoor retry on that first turtle. The marksman there, the Brody, has made some good plays as well in the gold lane. I feel like they've made some pretty good pickups to the roster. I just think they kind of got to get a little more, you know, right and tight, right? Figuring out how to go ahead and win these matches, how to make it all sync. But speaking of sync right now, the bot.
Do see Lapu getting a kill onto Durza, caught out of position. One member down for the side of Huevo, and they need to continue waiting for them to make these little mistakes so they can even out the odds. As you are seeing Wu kind of rotate around the map, that scary Fanny with the steel cables, not even needing the blue buff to get the job done. But speaking of blue buff, you cannot get a kill onto Akoshi. That is the roam for the side of Ohana right now. Out of the game and definitely disadvantaged. Now it is 4-4. You are going to see this blue go to Yukinon, another objective into the hands of Huevo without an answer for the side of Ohana.
Absolutely having a hard time finding anything, but speaking of finding things, they're trying to catch that Fanny, but just too mobile with those cables is, and he's going right back into the tower. They walked right away, and he was trying to finish it again, but just a little too low. Doesn't have the HP to get it done, but that does buy some time for that enhanced lord here, or not the enhanced lord, but the first lord for Huevo to go ahead and pick up, and it looks like that's going to be uncontested, as Ohana's not going to be able to make it, or maybe a better way to put it is just give it up, as they are currently just sitting around in the jungle. Not really much for them to be able to get done here. Like we said, they are down quite a substantial amount of gold, down quite a bit in the kills, and still down with 0 towers to answer up against the 4 from Huevo, who's looking to collect a little bit more with that lord that is pushing down in the top side right now. They are going to go to the opposite side of the map, sinking those waves, that proper macro there. Speaking of proper, before the final clash happens, looking at some of these items one more time. We do now see the Ice Cream Wand did get picked up by Ashley, so that's going to be a lot of pressure. As you can see it right now in that mid lane.
Possible engagement on the way, but look at Fanny on the bottom side, still cables, possibly getting a cutthroat. Jay able to get him with the stun and find a way to take down this Fanny. That's like shooting a fly with a bullet. But man, oh man, able to get the job done, and this is what you need. Rhea's been a menace, and one thing Fanny does do is fall off late game, especially a mid lane Fanny, but looking at what you have so far, 3 inhibitors to hold them down for the side of Ohana and Huevo. Not even losing a single turret. They have a lot of real estate on the map, a lot of insurance to mess up. But the side of Ohana, not the same story. They have to be careful on how they engage any of these fights now, as any match, any clash can be pivotal to them losing this game.
Absolutely, and like I pointed out earlier, though, we did have seen some moments of brilliance. I mean, right there, we've seen Jay on that Brody able to secure that kill on Rhea for that aggressive dive on the tower. So, like, they have pieces, right? They have players now available to this Ohana roster that I feel like can really upgrade them from their season 1 standings. Just finding how to put it all together into like a very, you know, well-oiled machine. So when they come out here in the MLSA, looks a little more cohesive and able to stand up a better fight up against teams like Huevo here. But I have to say, up against Huevo of all teams, it is a good sign, right? While it is the 12-minute mark and things are looking grim for them, I feel like amongst some other teams, it would be a little equal more in the standings right now. Because, you know, the way they're holding out against Huevo, you really have to, you know, acknowledge Ohana's growth in the MLSA. This is a team that was kind of getting, you know, dare I say, memed on a bit with some of those compositions and the way the matches were ending. But they put up somewhat of a good fight up against Huevo, and we definitely have to acknowledge this. There it goes again.
Fanny running straight into Brody, and he's able to pick up a kill for Jay. Ashley getting a kill onto Kosi. 1-for-1 trade. Clash still going in, though. Torn apart memories. Yukinon getting a kill on a Jay. Jay getting a kill on a Wu. Yukinon getting a kill on a Jay. Too many Jays. Durza getting a kill on 2 Lapu. And that is 4 members off of the board for the side of Ohana, leaving only Jay to defend. Man, how many Jays are in this dang game? But as he is left to defend, I'm not sure he can do it. At least there is only 1 lane of minions, but torn apart memories, not able to take down the minions. Looks like They are going to try and burst down the Nexus. Can they get the kill onto the marksman? Minion does fall, and he is able to save his team from falling in this early push. But wait a minute, Durza overstaying his welcome, quickly bursted down out of place at the right time, and Ohana Esports able to find a kill.
And right now, that might open them a little bit of opportunity. Durza just died with that enhanced Lord spawning in. There is a number advantage for the side of Ohana. They are still a little down on the gold. We can take a look at these items real quick. Maybe we can see if we can spell out the story here. They don't have full builds, but neither does the side of Huevo. They do have enough items, right? It seems like most of them have those 3 items. Start to work towards those 4. You really need 3 items to really kind of clash it out with teams. So I feel like they do have a good chance. It looks like they're stalling a lot of time, and it's going to let Durza get back on the board here to be a 5v5. And that's not really what you want. Maybe should have taken advantage of the numbers there, but speaking taking advantage here in the mid lane.
You do see a heavy clash on the way. Bravest fighter with the Raging Slash taking out Yukinon. Heavy spin by Akai on the pin on the wall with the Petrify. Kosi able to get a kill onto Reed. Down goes Fanny. 2 members off the board for the side of Huevo. What a turnaround in this engagement. But wait a minute. Chaos Assault finding a way into Ashley. Another member down for Huevo, but Durza getting a kill, taking out Lunox. Fight not over though. Edith with the Primal Rats gonna quickly try and burst them down. Can she do it? You do see Justice Blaze going out by Lapu Lapu with the Raging Slash of the Bravest Fighter. Edith with a knock up on Wu, gonna find a kill on to Jay. Down goes the marksman for the side of Ohana. Engagement not over though, as 3 members off the board for Huevo, 2 members off the board for Ohana. They are gonna take the fight in the mid lane. Wu in a bad situation, 3v1. The sustainability, the beefiness, the triple knock up, the oh my goodness, the Praise's Wrath, the Bravest Fighter, so many ultimates, is stunned by Lapu Lapu. What does it take? Wu is trying to do the dash. Can he get out of there? Rejoining the fight. Wu is able to escape, taking all that damage, but heavy spin on the wall onto Reed. What a placement of utility right there, and down goes Fanny. But Wu able to survive that, and that is the most impressive 1 HP escape I think I've seen so far in the MLSA. One of the most impressive, I should say, outside of the C server tournaments that we were running. But looking at what we have on the board so far, Lord has spawned in, and this is Luminous. The question is who will be able to take this objective.
And it looks like this time Ohana's going to do what they maybe should have done that first one, right? They have the number advantage, and now they're looking to start it up, but Lapu Lapu
getting bursted down by Yukinon on this Granger, able to find a kill, and that is going to be 1 for 1 on the board. Both teams only having 4 members, but Huevo already with the strong presence. Akosi trying to give some vision, kind of spotted out by Durza. You see Yukinon wasting no time, is going to quickly try and take this Lord, or maybe bait it out. You see Akoshi with the vision as well. Jay on the back end, both Jays, matter of fact, stacking up in the bush. Brody, though, over in the base, so they will be short a marksman. The side of Huevo does have Yukinon on this Granger. Even a Granger Destinata, triple knockup, or quadruple knockup from the Lord. But Fredrin, wait a minute, do we see another backdoor in Retribution? Durza find a way to Jay, gets to the back line, takes out the maze for the side of Ohana. Class not over though, able to spot out the jungler, and I love how the side of Huevo is shifting their focus. They're gonna get a double kill for Hilda, taking him down, and Yukinon is gonna pick up the Retribution and the Lord, and this is just an overall 1 engagement by the side of Huevo, a 1-sided story. And now with this, you're looking at the side of Ohana Esports only having 2 inhibitors on the top and bottom side to defend against the full team of Huevo and a Luminous Lord and possibly synced lanes, and the question is, can they hold them back?
Absolutely, that is the question here. Members are starting to spawn in. Lennox will be up right now, and Jay will be in shortly. It looks like they will get all members back up for this defense. This could be the final push, though, from the side of Huevo to try to end this game. It could also be a disastrous moment. Ohana could find a way to turn it around. We saw them in that fight in the mid lane, right? Able to find those picks, able to secure that fight, and they could be able to make this defense happen. But here it comes. The table is being set for the final clash. Here comes the push, and there goes the engage from Fanny.
You do see heavy spin by Akai trying to hold him off, but look at Jay. Caught in a bad situation, able to find the inhibitor. You do see Wu with the Primal Wrath, a lot of members there, barely any HP. Lord getting bursted down, Wu taking out Kyo. You do see Jay taking out Durza, fighting out over though, Fanny rushing in. Look at the Nexus though, barely hanging on, but can the side of Ohana do it? My goodness, keeping Huevo on the back end, but minions are still pushing in, not wasting any time. Yukinon gonna find a kill onto Akai, and ladies and gentlemen, they might be able to close it out on the Nexus. Reed takes down Fredrin, and Huevo takes down the Nexus, and they take the game to remain the kings of the hill.
And what a final match that was, Weezy. Huevo up against Ohana, and while Huevo was ultimately the winners, like I said, we had to tip our hats over there to Ohana. They really had some moments there where I felt like we could see the growth and the development from this team from season 1. But of course, MVP and victory falling over to the side of Huevo. Yukinon leading the way there for his team. 38% damage on the turrets and 24% of those team damage slightly behind Ashley. It looks like a new mid laner there stepping onto the scene for Huevo with some interesting builds as well on that Lilia. In the 17-minute match, Huevo able to secure it and walk away with the final dub of the night and King of the Hill.
Huevo doing it again. The Kingslayers able to keep that crown, and this is why they were one of the top teams for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. I believe that is 4 wins in a row, taking a lot of teams out, a lot of new teams as well. We got to harp on that. Today was officially the opening for Season 2 of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I appreciate everybody tuning in with us. We had a lot of new teams. A lot of diversity joining for the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy as Season 2 embarks, and I love to see all these new teams competing. Their whole focus for the MLSA is for you guys to get some practice and prepare for upcoming NAMPL, NACT, you name it, future leagues on the way, and so much more. Speaking of that, we also provide tournaments that we host on the weekend sometimes too, so definitely tune into that. We might be doing one soon, so definitely stay tuned. I appreciate everybody subscribing on our YouTube channel. Every subscribe counts, and without you guys, none of this would be possible, and I appreciate the amazing community that we're fostering. My name is Weezy. I've been your host today, joined by a lot of amazing casters that are part of the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy staff, along with myself. We had Coach Deku on the play-by-play, also on the analyst. We had El Manny. We had Eunice with a special appearance, and Master Rim. We also had some on-point analysis breakdown by the side of Zero Mobile Legends. Definitely check out his YouTube channel as well, and I appreciate him partnering over there with us on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Without you guys, without the MLSA staff, without you guys in the YouTube channel, without these teams, it takes all of us. It takes the whole village to lead the way for North America, and it definitely lets us know that this is all worth it. So guys, thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I think this was one of the best King of the Hills we had yet, and what a great way to open up Season 2. So tomorrow we will be live again, starting at 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, and we will be doing scheduled scrims. So make sure you guys follow us on our Mobile Legends Scrim Academy Discord server if you guys want to compete. That's right, if you are in North America, if you are a solo player, if you have a team, no matter what, we offer services for you guys. If you're a solo player, we have a spot where you can post your stats. Some of these teams you've seen compete today, a lot of these teams definitely are actively looking to recruit upcoming talent. If you already have a team and you think you have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with some of the teams you've seen today, definitely sign up as well and get your team registered, as it's all it takes is to register and you can play. And the whole focus is to kind of prevail in a tournament setting and get ready to help grow MLBB for the North American side. As always, guys, it's been a pleasure. My name is Weezy. I've been your host today. Can't wait to see you guys next time. As always, take care of yourself, take care of each other, and I'll see you guys next time in the Land of the Dawn. Peace!